All right, guys, what's up, team? Hope you guys are doing well today. Today is PPI inflation day today. Um, Let me look at what the expectational numbers are for this. Let me get the music playing here too. Hold on one second. Let me know if you can hear the music. Hey, what's up, Daniel? All right, guys. So Bitcoin at 21.3K, Tesla all the way up to 135s here, man. Look at Tesla. Tesla flying up here, man. Big green day yesterday, big green pre-market this morning for Tesla. All right, so 9 jurors have been selected for a trial over allegations that Tesla CEO Elon Musk committed fraud when he tweeted in 2018 that he was taking the automaker private. Opening arguments for the case have been reserved for Wednesday by the judge in San Fran. The trial could go until February 3rd, according to Bloomberg. During the jury selection process, several prospective jurors voiced their critical opinions on the billionaire entrepreneur, according to the report. Yeah, but these are all potential jurors. And so to put it into perspective here, like the prosecution is going to want specific jurors in place um, in the jury selection process that are going to be critical of Elon. You know what I mean? Like, so like some of the jurors that the prosecution are going to pick are going to be critical of Elon. And like, that's an obvious thing. That's the jurors the prosecution wants out there. They're going to be scanning people and finding people who are critical. And then, you know what I mean? So to be fair, it's kind of like a water is wet argument. It's like, oh, the jurors that the prosecution picked out didn't like Elon Musk. Wow, shocking. You know what I mean? In the end, it's all good, but yeah. All right, guys, but yeah, Tesla up there. I'm looking at. Also, guys, I'm playing with Chat GPT. The amount of code that Chat GPT can write is crazy. All right, guys. So all right, guys. Okay. But yeah, Chat GPT is really interesting. I'm sitting here playing on this now, getting it to write code for me, which is really interesting, man. Like it writes the full code for me. Wow. There, did it. Man. It's honestly kind of crazy, dude. All right, let's go do a poll. We're gonna do a Twitter poll. We're gonna do a YouTube poll. People. Yeah, I mean, I'm a programmer anyway. To put it in perspective, I had a few people that reached out to me yesterday saying, "Hey, John, I can program stuff." I'm a React developer mostly, React Native, JavaScript. But with that, I know Python. You know, and so I'm gonna have ChatGPT write program some applications for me. Definitely, we're gonna use this. The cool thing is I can say, "Hey, what's wrong with this code?" You know, and it'll say, "Okay, well, this is what's wrong with it, probably." You know, and it'll fix my code for me. That's the real useful part. I can say, "Hey, I got this error message. What does this mean?" And it says, "Okay, we'll fix this." That's crazy useful. All right, we're gonna do a poll. Are you bullish or bearish on today's PPI inflation data release? We're gonna do an option for bullish or bearish. We're also gonna do a Twitter poll. All right, so we got that poll live on YouTube. We're live there already. All right, guys. Do me a favor, hit the like button. Bullish day, yeah. Most people say bullish, 57%. We'll put a. Yeah. PPI data streams 5,000 viewers poll. We will probably get... I'm hoping we'll get over 5,000 people here. We're definitely going to get over 5,000 viewers as a whole. Generally for these streams, we get about 10 to 15,000 views, right? So that's usually what... Remember the days when you had to search for parentheses or semicolon? Yeah, bro. And that little missed semicolon throws the whole code out. You know? And so now I can say, yo, chat GPT, what's wrong with my code? And it can say, yo, you forgot a semicolon here, bro. That's Python, though. Python's a little bit more strict with it. JavaScript's not actually superscript with semicolons, you know. Luckily. Yeah, JavaScript. All right, we're also going to do our Twitter poll. All right, so we got our Twitter poll here. Expectations for PPI today are for, let's take a look. All right, so today we got European CPI drops this morning too. It's already out. So European CPI came in as expected, with month-over-month CPI came in a little bit lower than expected, which is good. Yeah, so we did have European CPI. Regular CPI is expected to come in at minus 0.8%. Minus 0.8% on the for retail sales month-over-month. PPI is expected to come in at minus 0.1%. So we come in over minus 0.1%. Anything less than minus 0.1% is better. So minus 0.2, minus 0.3, minus 0.4, minus 0.5. That's all going to be very positive. We come in higher than 0.1%. So we come in at 0%, 0.1%, positive 0.2%, positive 0.3%. Then that's bad. That's not what we want. But expectations are for minus 0.1%. And yeah, we'll see if we get anything good here. All right, we're doing our tweet right now. Yeah, Chat GPT, man, it's way more than a search engine killer. Chat GPT is a software developer killer. Like, this thing programs for you. Which is crazy, you know? Hey, what's up, Sean? Well, no, I mean, programs are going to use it. People are going to be using it. It's overhyped due to marketing. Are you a programmer, Zach? Genuine question, because as a programmer myself, it's like Christmas, you know. You know, now it's gonna be overused, of course, but like, yeah, I don't think it's actually gonna be the death of programming or anything like that, Beach. I think more so it's just, I think it's actually going to help software developers more than anything. I think that what it really is going to do is make it so that people can learn how to code faster, because by doing this you can learn how to code very quickly, because you could say, hey, how do I do this? And then it'll say this is what you do, and it'll explain and the code perfectly to you. So that's the real use of it. I think it'll actually help programming. I think I was just being a little dramatic, and I don't think it's going to kill software. I think it's going to make people. Here's the thing. I think it's going to make people get hired less, though, because I think that it's going to make junior developers get hired less, because in that there's no need to hire a junior developer, because frankly Chat GPT is one. Like, is it a great developer? No, the code that I've asked it to produce is all very basic and simple, not very nuanced, but still, you know I think there's power in it for sure. I'm not. Is it accurate coming from a programmer? Yes. The crazy thing is you can say, hey, Chat GPT, write me a code that pulls an API from this source, that write a code that I can say, hey, Chat GPT, write me a code that comes from this database, right, from this API, that tells me when Tesla drops under the VWAP, and pulls back to it. And it'll write that code for me. That is crazy. Um, yeah. Yeah, I taught myself JavaScript. You want to teach yourself a little bit C++, C, Visual Basic, HTML. HTML is useful. Visual Basic I've never learned. C and C++ I've never learned as well. I do know the syntax for those languages are much harder syntaxes, and that might be why it was hard for you to learn. Learn something like Python, Daniel, if you want to learn. Python is like it's a very literal syntax in language, so where it's going to be a lot easier to learn than those. Yeah, you still have to fix and debug it. It's not perfect code. Yeah, I don't know if I'm able to show it. 100%. It's the death of Stack Overflow for sure. Like, you never have to go to Stack Overflow and be like, hey, Stack Overflow, what's wrong with my code here? Because Chat GPT will do that for you. There's a lot of websites that are going to go from this. It's genuinely crazy. Now, it's not perfect code. Usually there's some errors. But the cool thing that I just tried out is you could say, hey, Chat GPT, what's wrong with this code you sent me? And it'll say, okay, well, you're using the wrong version of this. You're using the wrong this. Fix this, update this. The updated code should look like this, right? And then it'll send you the fixed code. So it'll fix the code for you, too. It just takes a little bit longer. Yeah, I'm playing with Chat GPT right now, and I'll tell you this: it is very, 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 very useful. Um, Expectations of PPI is minus 0.3%, I believe. Let me make sure. I think it's minus 0.3%. Okay, so no, I'm sorry. Expectations for month-over-month PPI, which is the most important one, is minus 0.1%. We also have retail sales today dropping. Expectations for retail sales month-over-month are minus 0.8%. We want both of these to be lower than expected. Lower than expected retail sales and PPI is going to be influential and positive. That's what we want. All right, guys. So yeah, SPY is slightly green, not super green, but slightly green. All right. All right, guys. So Tesla popped back over the volume weighted average price. We're up to almost 135s. Apple at 136 is here. We can watch the Dixie as well. All right, so I'm asking now. I'm testing out ChatGPT to ask it a little bit more complicated of a program here, where there's a lot more nuance to it. I'm seeing if it can understand the nuance. This is much more complicated. Bitcoin support at 20 point, almost 21K. Tesla resistance at 135. For what? For Chat GPT? What's that Chat GPT say about the market? Does it tell you to buy and sell? Hold on. It's taking a little bit longer to answer this one because it was a little bit more nuanced of a question. Let's see what it says. Okay, yeah. Like I can say, what are 5 of the cheapest? What are 5 of the lowest PE blue chip large cap companies in the stock market? Let's get that and see if it answers this. Are 5 of the lowest PE stocks that are blue chip large cap companies in the stock market. And so I just asked Chat GPT, what are 5 of the lowest PE stocks that are blue chip large cap companies in the stock market? Let's see if it answers the question. Yeah, watch. I could ask Chat GPT to program a code on the SPY. Okay, so it basically says I'm a language model and my knowledge cutoff is 21. So it's not going to give you stock lists. All right. Oh, what is TOS code? Think script. Okay, it's think script. All right, so I just asked Chat GPT to write me a think script code that gives me an alert on the chart that says VWAP crossover when a stock crosses over or under the VWAP. And Chat GPT is producing this code for me right now, and I'll try it. Sure, here's an example of that code. Okay, so Chat GPT has written me this code. It'll also give me... All right, so here's the code. Let's add it to the chart. Let me make sure. Where do I add this on Thinkorswim? Edit studies, create. All right, here's the code. Apply it. All right, here's the code. All right, so here's the code. We just added it and applied it. Here's the current code, VWAP. Now let's find something. Tell me a stock that's recently crossing over and under the VWAP here is now the new question. All right. All right, yeah, we need a stock that's crossing over and under the VWAP here. I'm pretty sure it is retro, but I'm not 100%, man. It's not, you know, like I said, I can't remember when I did mine. Somebody give me a stock that's crossing over under the VWAP right now. Specifically a volatile stock if we can. All right, so let's just wait for the stock market to cross over under the VWAP. I got the SQ here. TQQQ. Somebody list me a stock that you see about to cross over under the VWAP. The best thing I can see is probably the SPY here. The SPY is probably the best thing that we can use. The Dixie maybe. Bitcoin is also possible. Like Bitcoin is right here. So Bitcoin pops over 2130s, 3331. CYAD. Okay, yeah, it just crossed. I don't see an alert. Hold on, let me ask it. Can you make the code above? You make the alert from the code above. Stay on the chart after the cross over or under VWAP happens. Okay, let's ask it that. All right, so I'm asking it to edit the code to where it makes the alert stay on the chart after the crossover happens. Tesla's close. Yeah, Tesla's just got a dip under there. That's crazy. Yeah, I'm gonna put the timer on screen as well, guys. All right, so it is about 7:45 market time. 7:45. Or no, it's 6:45 market time. So we got about an hour and 45 minutes. All right, there we go. There's the timer. About an hour and 45 minutes. Here, it started to ride it, but then it stopped. I think it's frozen. Oh, man. All right, so we're getting it to rewrite the script here. But yeah, again, we're waiting to see what happens with Apple, Tesla, SPY here. Yeah, 2 hours. All right, so here we go. Let's try this code again. All right, currently, we got this code. We're going to remove it, and then we're going to create a new one here with the updated version of this. Something's wrong with the if-else statement. All right, let me re-put this code in here. All right, let me have it fix the code. Let's say the code above gave me these errors. Let's see if it fixes it. Yeah, we got about an hour and 40 minutes left. All right, so here's an updated version of the code it just gave me. So bear with me, guys. See, this is where it's really useful, is where you can say, yo, your code didn't work, Chat GPT. Fix it. Yeah, I don't know ThinkScript, unfortunately. All right, so here's the updated version of the code. Let's see. All right, Chat GPT, let's see. No, it gave me the same error message. Okay, well, your code doesn't work. Here, let me cancel this. I just create a new one. See, this is where the code's not perfect. Yeah, it's all good live. Like I said, I'm the plot statement should not be inside the if else statement. It should be outside. Here's the corrected script. All right, so yeah, they're giving me a fixed version of it. So again, this is how you use Chat GPT to write for you. It's kind of crazy. I've been playing with it for the last few days. All right, so let's see if it works now. But again, we already have it up on screen for Tsla. We're just waiting for something to cross over or under it first so we can watch the code. All right, so here's the updated code. Let's see if this works. No, don't save. What's wrong with the if-else statement? I don't know how you write if-else statements on... It gave me the same error message. Just ask it to fix it. I can keep asking it to fix the code. All right, so it said a semicolon expected 1624. So here's 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Why did it be right there? That doesn't make sense. It says, I apologize. The errors you are encountering are caused by the fact that the alert statement should be inside the if-else statement. Here's the corrected script. All right, so it says it's fixing it for me, but like the last few times it's done this, and this shows the like how it's not perfect. I could ask this one to just reformat the code, which I might just ask TOS to do it if this doesn't work. All right, look. Let's try it again. Damn, Chat GPT, you keep making the same mistake, bro. You're not even fixing it. (16:6). 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it wanted a else block? There already is. Oh, I don't think the if is supposed to be here. No, that broke the code completely. No, that broke the code too. Yeah, that didn't work either. Strange. I can ask it one more time to fix it. Yeah. I'm gonna ask it one more time and then. Hey, what's up, Richard? Can you explain do you think the spy can break 405 today? Yeah, I'm just waiting for something to cross over under VWAP. We had the initial code here, and the initial code worked. The only difference in this code is that we asked it to input it to where. Let me see the difference. So we had it right at the original code that did work. This is ThinkScript. All right, so we had to write a new one. Let's try this one now. Let's add a new study. Yeah, it keeps giving me the same error message. So you still have to debug it heavily, which will just take a lot of time. I mean, this looks like right code if price, else if price. That looks good. Yeah, when I ask it to fix it, it basically gives me the same language. It doesn't fix anything. Oh, wait, it didn't finish the code. All right, it gave me a new code. Let's try this one now. Nope, that didn't work either. Yeah, I don't know, guys. What's up, Derek? We'll have to mess with this later, team. We got this one up. We'll wait for something to cross over VWAP. See if that works. We got an hour and a half. Yeah, else it should be. So is ThinkScript really strict in terms of syntax with regards to like lines? Like, I'm a JavaScript developer, so I come from a developer system that is not strict with line spacing, semicolons, or anything like that. Is ThinkScript strict with that type of syntax where lines have to be the correct spacing? Because if so, again, I'll have to figure out, but. Yeah, watch. Let's get a little bit simpler code and see if this works. But yeah, guys, so Apple moving up. Today is PPI, which is Producer Price Index, which is a really important metric. producer. So CPI is probably the largest stream we do here. We get thousands and thousands of people that show up for CPI. Today is PPI. It's the other side of that. It's the producer price index. It's seller inflation. All right, so here is a little bit easier code. Let's try this one out. Sorry, I'm like, as a programmer, I'm like a kid in a candy store with this. Nice. Okay, we got one. Let's see if it worked. Okay. No, I didn't want this. What is it doing? Oh, it did. Look at that. So I asked it to document the high and low of the days. And look at that. Look, that's yesterday's high and low of the day. Here's the day before that's high and low of the day. Here's the day before that's high and low of the day. ChatGPT wrote me that code in about 3 seconds. I wanted it on the current. Ask, can you update the above code to show the current day's high and low of day on the chart? So let's try this. We're going to delete that. Yeah, honestly, the market's ripped up big here, to be honest here. SPY is up to 398.40s. It's certainly possible we get some good stuff coming out today. Yeah, we just had to cut all that code. We're going to add it back. All right, so this is the one that it should give me the current days. All right. Let's see if it can fix this error now. Yeah, well, how do you guys think PPI is going to come in as? But yeah, PPI could come in hot, could come in low. Expectational numbers. I'm going to put the numbers to expect on screen here. Expectational numbers for PPI are as follows here. Base PPI is expected to come in 6.8%. Expected month-over-month PPI is expected at minus 0.1%. This data drops at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. And we are going to put this data up on screen so you guys can see it. Go. All right, it gave me a little bit longer code this time. And it worked. Okay, it fixed the code for me. So this time it actually did fix the code for me. But it's giving me NA. So this is the high and low of the day price points. So it didn't actually work. All right, so it's trying to document it. Maybe it's too early in pre-market. All right, so it said the error I was encountering is caused by the fact that the high and low variables are defined as global and they are only calculated once at the beginning of the script. Their values will not update dynamically with the current day's high and low. It's giving me the updated version of that. Yeah, so PPI is going to be as expected and retail sales higher than that. So yeah, retail sales today also. Tomorrow we have jobless claims numbers. Yes, this is a much more complex code. I'm asking Chat GPT to plot for me here. All right, so there we go. All right, let's try it again. All right, these if-else statements are giving me problems, man. If all right, let's get it fixed the base code. Ape. Yeah, this is super interesting. Look at Tesla rip up to 135.50s here too, man. Let's see if we can find any other data regarding Tesla here, but just huge run on Tesla yesterday. I'll have to learn ThinkScript if I'm gonna mess with this. Yeah, Chat GPT. Okay. All right, so it's fixing the code for me. So it's recording the high, recording the low, plotting the high line as high and the low line as low. It's changing the style to curved points. It's setting the color. It's adding the line on the chart. All right, guys, look at Tesla breaking highs right now, up to 135.60s here, guys. 135.60s. What does the PPI data affect stocks today? It's going to affect all major stocks, to be honest. It's going to affect large caps, small caps, all that stuff. So yeah, it's certainly influential over movement in the market for sure. All right, let me fix this code. Here's the code it gave me. I think all we're missing. See, man, these if-else statements on ThinkScript. So the high, if the high does not equal high 1, high equals H. If 1 does not equal low 1, low equals 1. And something's wrong with the if-else statements here. Yeah, the code it produces, unfortunately, is definitely not perfect. Oh well. We'll have to mess with this later. All right, guys. Tesla up to 135.90s here. Apple, let's put this maybe right there. Apple at 136.60. So Tesla's gonna be dragging the market up with it. I never use them. Show. The next Fed rate hike is gonna be February 1st. February 1st is the next rate hike. All right, we asked people on Twitter. We said, "Hey guys, are we going to come in higher or lower than expected?" 44% said neutral. So a large majority of people thought we were going to come in neutral in terms of PPI. 25% think we're going to come in lower than expected. 31.3% think we're going to come in higher than expected. Is PPI expectations too low? I don't know. Hey, what's up, Chris? How do you feel about Nike stock? I like Nike as a company, as a fashion brand, so it kind of goes against what I generally like. You know, I've been kind of critical of Lululemon, and man, shout out to Nike, man. Nike did a lot better over the last couple months. Look at Nike; it's been really, really performing well, man. Wow. The problem with Nike. Hey, what's up, Liv? So I like Nike as a company. It's been around long enough to be a little bit safer, I would say, in terms of like producing stuff. But it's still one of those stocks that I'm not. It's not usually one I'm gonna invest money in. Let me look at Benzinga here to see what the PE ratio of Nike is. I mean, Nike's had a really strong move the last couple months here. So. All right, so the PE ratio for Nike, not really like amazing PE. How do I close my old chats? Clear conversations. There we go. If it's month-over-month PPI under the 1.1%, that's good for the market. So yeah, less is more with PPI. Tesla flying up here. SPY almost up to 398.50s, trying to test. Hey, thank you, TA. I appreciate it. All right, guys. So Tesla at 136.12s. Do you think month-over-month PPI will be higher or lower than -0.1? I really have no idea. I think we could look back to CPI and see what CPI showed last time, but I really don't know. It's one of those things where trying to predict this is usually a losing endeavor. It's not something that we generally want to do. We usually want to it's not something we generally want to do. We usually want to come on, just work. All right. Are you worried about tomorrow debt limit? Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to watch. Markets are green right now, though. Tesla, man, really strong here. Here's the SPY. Here's the Q. Q doing okay. It's at 282.11. There's Nike here. All right, guys. We also have retail sales today, man, which is going to be really interesting too. All right, so it fixed the code for me. Okay. So here is yesterday's high and low level. So you can see it documented these high and low levels on the chart. There's yesterday's high and low levels. There's the day before's high and low levels. I want the current day, though. That's useful. I mean, the previous day's highs and lows are very relevant levels here. We can extend this maybe here, but Tesla up to 136. We do have the Q at 282s. You lagging at all, guys? Hey, what's up, Shepard? All right, so let's try this. We tried to mess with the code. Man, these freaking conditional statements, man. And for whatever reason, TOS won't update to today's high until after the open. Yeah, that might be why it says NA. That's possible. There's Tesla at 136.30s here. Yeah, we'll mess with this another day. We'll keep this chart up, though. That's very useful. Just want to say, bro, your mindset has helped me become hella profitable while I wait for my actual setup. Power of low time frame accuracy stacks insanely fast. Hey, thank you, Master Chief, my brother. Thank you, sir. Yeah, it happens, Shepard. It happens. All right, guys. So yeah, Tesla, man, doing super strong movement here. Super strong movement. Um, all right, but look at Tesla rip, Nike down there. Anything else you guys want me to look at? AMC looking good. Quick horseman here. If it goes up, crypto goes down, or the opposite. No, not if you're talking about PPI, yes. So like PPI, if we come in higher than expected, that's bad for markets. Markets are going to drop. If we come in lower than expected, that's great for markets. Markets are going to go up generally here. You know. Check Rite Aid, 75-year-old company, lowest has been crazy cheap. Yeah, the problem with Rite Aid, though, is that Rite Aid is slowly losing business to Walgreens. What's Rite Aid? Is it WEBA? No, that's Walgreens. What's Rite Aid? Right? No, I'm not sure. BBAI? Yeah, BBAI at 190s here, 190s. So again, Tesla at 136.30s here. We got 450 people here already. What's up, team? Data release. Yeah, so today we have PPI, which is very relevant, very big, very important data. Data release. So yeah, it's PPI. We also have retail sales data, which are huge. What's up with Party City, man? It's been so long since I look at PRTY. Party at 41s, all the way up to almost 42s here. And yeah, what about Tesla? Do y'all think Tesla will hold the gains here? It worked. Okay. It didn't work. The chart will go up and down. AMC doing what? So Party is at 41 cents. Tesla made a huge rip. Q is actually pushing up there to 282.15. AMC at 630s here, which is great. I think I'm still at AMC. I'm not 100% sure. Let me see. Yes, I am still at AMC. Nice. Okay, cool. Bed Bath & Beyond, we're in that still. CV&A, we're in that still too. Very small size. Tesla making a move all the way up to 136.50s today, man. And let's look at a longer term chart for Tesla. Here's a 180-day chart. And you can see the code that we did plots the highs and lows of the day, which is very useful. Still kind of playing with it. All right. Q all the way up to 280s. We got about an hour left. AMC up to 630s, which is great. We're only at a very small size of here. We're in CV&A as well, and CV&A is doing all right, but we're in a little bitty trade for this. 10 shares left. We've already taken most of the profit off. We're still in HKD, and we are down in HKD. We're down about $40 in this trade, but maybe I'll hold on to one share, and if it goes crazy to 1,000 or something, then the risk is justifiable, I think. So that's kind of the reason I'm taking that trade. We'll see if it continues to work, but yeah, you should have never invested big in HKD. Like, I bought one share of HKD just because, Party City Chapter 11. I thought he'd already filed for Chapter 11. I thought it already filed for Chapter 11, but I'm not 100% sure there. All right, guys. Tesla at 136.20s. We got almost 500 people here. I think Tesla is a great company. Fundamentally lines up perfectly for this current rip. They cut their price substantially, so profits will go up, but maybe I need to eat more crayons. Maybe, bro. I don't know, man. I think Tesla, the PE ratio is the big downfall of Tesla, in my opinion. If we look at the PE ratio of Tesla currently, the PE ratio right now of Tesla is about 40, so it's a little bit higher than preferable. Doesn't mean it's not great. Doesn't mean it's not good. Yeah, HKD, I think the risk is fine. Like, I don't mind risking $40 and just sitting on one share of HKD in case it one day does some type of crazy parabolic move. I don't think you should bet anything substantial. I think anything you put in HKD should be with the understanding that you might lose it all, right? So it's not like I would put my life savings in this. I think that's a sucker's bet. But I think I could buy one share. If it goes to 2,000, I make 2,000, a huge percentage gain, So again, we'll see, but I don't know. Again, I think the risk is justifiable in that instance. Go back on Tesla here. I might buy this little dip here. Just one share of Tesla. Whoa, this is options. 20 shares. EXT. All right, we bought 20 shares. We'll buy 40 shares of Tesla. 40 shares on this pullback here. See if that works. We're pulling back here. This previous high of the day level might be interesting. We're pulling back close to it. We're over 136s here. Just a little bitty trade that. We'll see if it works. Hey, thank you, Kay. Expect extra bullish today. Strong closing possible. Thank you, Kay. I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you so much. Yeah, I don't know if Tesla's good. It's too risky for me personally. Like, yeah, Tesla's bouncing back, but you got to remember, before any of this stuff, like, the daily chart tells the real story here. So, like, yeah, it's been strong over the last couple of days, but like, y'all have to really see what it really is. Tesla has dropped from almost $400 down to 130s. And that's after the split, of course. But like, just because we had this little bounce back does not mean Tesla's strong. You know, really Tesla was at 200. What was it, around 220s after the split? So yeah, I mean, it's bouncing back some, which is great, but it's still down substantially relative to where it was prior to the split, or relative to where it was prior to these big drops. So, I mean, again, it doesn't look bad, but like, yeah, would I consider it strong? No, not right now. No, it's just bouncing back from where it was prior to this. You know what I mean? Throughout 136, we got 40 shares of Tesla. I could add a little bit more. Look at the Q pop up. So this might help Tesla. The Q bounce it up a little bit. Data release timing. So yeah, we got 1 hour exactly here. Will Bitcoin crash from here? Depends on what happens. Nice, John. What type of glue do you sniff? I'm thinking about switching brands. Top 3 glues in the world right now. It seems fishy that it's went up almost $20 in less than 24 hours. Nah, I mean, you got to understand that thing went down big over the last couple of days here. Yeah, I don't know what the market's going to do. We got 500 people here, so welcome, you beautiful people. We appreciate the love. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. We are going to throw it in sub-only mode early here today. Throwing it on a little bit early because we got 500 people here. And, well, we're going to put it on early. So if you're not subbed, do it now. You're missing out. Tesla bounced it up. We're up a little bit on the trade. And bear with me. I don't want to put Chat GPT just always on screen. I want you guys to be able to watch the charts. And we're in Tesla here, so we're only messing with this. We are trying to fix the error, but we're not going to keep it up on screen. We're just going to move on from that. But we are up on Tesla here. I'm going to take a little bit off pretty soon, maybe 25% of the trade off. So we're just going to take 10 shares off at the top right here and then hold 30 shares. See what it does. We've already made our money, but it's not enough to really take half off at least. So I was a bull through hard times, and here I am still. Yeah, for sure, Raphael. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. What's your expectations for Dixie today? I don't know. It depends on what the it depends on what the market does here. If PPI comes in much lower than expected, well, the Dixie's going to fall down fast. If PPI comes in higher than expected, then Dixie's going to pop up almost certainly. And thank you, Stevie. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you, man. Yeah, we again, hit that subscribe button, guys. If you haven't already, thousands and thousands of people tune into these streams because we cover this data very, very quickly once it's out. So hit the notification bell. We thank you guys so much for all the love and support here. Let's keep growing. Oh, yeah, it is eye break time. I do need to do an eye break. Thank you for reminding me, man. I've been glued to the screen since we started here. So I'm going to wait 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Thank you for that reminder, bro. I got to actually set my alarm here because it is something I need to do. Like, my eyes have been hurting. They've been in pain lately, man. So we're going to throw the reminder on. There we go. All right, so Tesla, we're about break even in. Hey, nice, Stevie. Which city are you from, by the way? I'm from Louisiana, about an hour away from New Orleans. This is where I'm from. Yeah, I'm always up early, guys. Hey, you guys know how we do it. 2 years ago, I spent 13 hours in the hospital, 9-year-old. Oh, man, that's sad, man. I'm sorry to hear that, brother. The next FOMC rate decision, Ivan, is on the 1st of February. It should be the 1st of February. So right at the end of February is when the next one is, bro. What's up, man? I was wondering if you covered Mullen yet. Is Mullen moving today? We can look at it. I mean, we can look at it. Again, I'm skeptical of Mullen. I'm incredibly skeptical. If we look at a longer term chart, here's a 180-day chart. Mullen has basically given back. Everybody was talking about how hot it was at around 50 cents. And it kind of just, you know. Happens if PPI comes in 6.8% as expected. Well, that's where we don't really know what kind of reaction we're going to get. Just to put this into perspective, guys. To put it into perspective, guys, every 6 weeks, the Fed meets to determine how much they want to raise or lower rates. So every 6 weeks, the Fed meets and they say, hey, guys, how much we want to raise or lower rates? And that's dependent on how bad inflation is at the current time. If inflation is really, really bad, then they raise rates aggressively. And they use metrics like PPI, CPI, and really specifically the PCE deflator, which is the personal consumption index. And so the PCE deflator is widely used, but PPI is used as well. And to understand these different releases, these releases are dropped monthly. So every month we get one of these reports. You get PPI, you get CPI, you get, jobless claims comes out weekly. You get retail sales, you get GDP, you get unemployment. So all these releases drop once a month, and the Fed uses these releases to gauge how bad inflation currently is. What this current day's release is about is seller inflation. So we have CPI, which is the consumer price index. It's how bad inflation is for consumers. And we have the PPI data, which is the producer price index, which is essentially how bad the data is for consumers or for producers, which are sellers. So CPI, buyer inflation, PPI, seller inflation. All right, so we're in Tesla right now. Yeah, AMC flying up here. Yeah, Mullen, the problem with Mullen, I've said it probably too many times at this point, but I'll say it again. The problem with Mullen is that it doesn't have the people, like the amount of people that would need to purchase a specific car or a specific brand for that automobile maker to become successful or to be successful in general needs to be high, right? The problem with Mullen is simple. It does not have enough people that want to buy a Mullen. Not enough people want to drive around a Mullen vehicle. I'm not saying they're good or bad or anything like that. I think a lot of people have talked about how good the battery technology is for Mullen, and that's great. But the amount of people that need to buy Mullen, I don't think exists. And so in that regard, I don't think Mullen's going to survive long term as a standalone automobile company. I just don't think they're going to survive long term. Mullen could be a longer term hold. Yeah, it's high risk, high reward. So like if it does survive, you're going to be making money, Mullen, are you trading it or long term? There's a difference. I think both ways there's arguments against it. Q just broke highs. Tesla moved it up. Yeah, so long term, I think there's even more risk than short term. I think long term, the likelihood that Mullen succeeds is very low. At the same time, and I've said this again, I think it is a possible buyout stock. Like I think Mullen could get bought out in the future sometime. You know what I mean? So yeah, I think it's a possibility that they get bought out in the future. What about GOEV? What is that? Canoe? Polestar. I've seen Polestars actually in person. So I have seen Polestars in person. I'm short Ape Hood, Plug, Barnes and Noble, Redfin, and Six Flags this year will be brutal for bulls. I don't think Ape has much farther. Okay, whenever you're short, you got to look at the potential downside profit. I don't know how much Ape has. I mean, I guess it was down to 65 cents maybe. Redfin, I understand that short for sure. Six Flags, I don't know, man. I think Six Flags is going to be fine, but maybe not. But yeah, there's Ape. Again, we can look at like Tesla, Apple. Apple this morning has just been breaking highs here. All right, the Q at 282.17. So Q broke highs. Tesla's, again, I'm in Tesla right now. We're pretty neutral. Shiba move. Yeah, for sure. All the cannabis stocks are the same. Yeah, again, the problem with cannabis stocks is like, I don't know how much legalization is really going to help them. And I don't know when we're going to get federal legalization. A lot of politicians on both sides have talked a lot of big game about legalizing it. Yeah, but they don't actually ever do it. And the problem I have is like they put out bills and stuff like that they know we're not going to pass, right? Like you need to take baby steps, right? And so if the left is ever going to actually legalize it, they need to take baby steps. But it just feels like every time a bill gets put out there, it's just it's a bill that anybody could, with a base amount of analytical skills, can look at that and say, hey, that's not going to pass, right? Like that's not going to pass. They know it's not going to pass. And to be honest, that's the main problem. Like instead of doing baby steps, they put out these ridiculous bills that are never going to pass. And then when they don't pass, they say, hey, look at all these bad politicians blocking it. It's like, bro, y'all knew that wasn't going to pass. So at a certain point, I just dislike the whole realm of politics because there's too much of that going on and not enough stuff actually gets done. Tesla seems really overvalued compared to other way more established brands, although I know basically zero just seems high, like way high. Well, it depends on how you look at it. The PE ratio of Tesla is slightly high. All right, so let's fix this code. All right, so we're in Tesla. I'm gonna see if I can fix this code. Chat GPT timed me out. They said I used it too much in an hour, but it's all right. All right, so let's see if we can fix this code. Right, so essentially we want to do the same thing here. Let me see if I can write it. All right, so I think that should fix it, and it did. Okay, good. All right, so we got it. We still got an error message here. Let's see if we can fix this. All right, Tesla's still looking good. Yeah, so it's timing me out for too many posts in an hour. So it looks like my play time on Chat GPT is over for right now. Well, we are as likely to give federal legalization as we are Medicare. Not likely it's something politicians pretend to want. Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to see if Chat GPT could write it for me though. This is ThinkScript. Yeah, so Tesla at 136.26 is here. Yeah, Tesla PE was 340 is still high. Yeah, so luckily it bounced back in an hour. Or luckily it bounced back. You know, if it didn't bounce back, Tesla PE was much worse than this. Apple up to 136.70s here. Q breaking highs again, so this should be good for my Tesla trade here. So it should be good. We got about 45 minutes before the data comes out, guys. About 45 minutes. We're in 30 shares of Tesla, just kind of hanging around. Take it. All right, so Tesla's still moving up here. We're right at the highs of the day here. I'm going to let it chill and ride this up until maybe look at Apple breaking highs as well. This should be good for all of us here. HKD, man, I don't know. So Tesla's still ripping up. Apple up to 136.80s here. Q up to 282.90s or 282.30s here. So crazy big movement there. Again, today we have PPI coming in at 6.8% expectations. Month-over-month PPI is expected at minus 0.1%. It drops at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time right here at this channel, like we said. Was it Tesla at 2 trillion market cap at its peak, or was it 1 trillion? I can't remember. I have to check. Tesla's still moving up, though. All right, guys. So we're getting a little bit of a pullback in Tesla. Apple was a little over 2 trillion. The tech sector looking good. AMC looks like a buy, then sell around 650s. Yeah, with AMC, I'm just gonna let it go up. We got less than an hour before the data comes out. All right, looking at the Q ripping up. So tech is moving up really nicely. Apple is breaking highs right now as we speak also. Elon goes to trial soon. Yeah, I saw the reports on the Elon trial. Elon Musk. Yeah, so Tesla's still ripping up. Apple is right around the highs of the day here. Right around the highs of the day. Hey, what's up, Hammer? Apple sitting at 2.2 trillion market cap right now. Yeah, what was the highest cap Tesla got to? I can't remember. Tesla earnings next week. Yeah, so we have Netflix earnings tomorrow as well. $1.2 trillion on Tesla. Tesla 1.2 trillion market cap. Holy crap, I've been watching yesterday's show and wondering what was going on. Hey, welcome to today's show now, brother. Welcome, man. Tesla pulling back a little bit. Yeah, we got Tesla earnings next week. Tomorrow we have Netflix earnings. So all right, I gotta look away. What's the timer on this thing, man? I set the timer for this thing, but all right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm gonna do this one day, and I'm just worried that the stock I'm in is just gonna crash down. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I think it's also remembering to blink. I think remembering to blink is a huge part of it. All right, getting a little pop back up here. I could add more to Tesla. I don't know. What do you guys think? BBIA, what's up? Put spread. Anything under? No. Yeah, we get anything less than, again, expectations are for 6.8% and minus 0.1%. Anything under those numbers, market's going to fly. Luckily, hopefully it does. We'll see. Q up to 282.50s, testing highs. Now, that should drag Tesla up, I think. We can look at Bitcoin as well. Apple's starting to move up. There's Bitcoin. Bitcoin ripping up, too, here.
Time to work.
All right, guys. So should I add more to Tesla? I could. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. So I see somebody talking about how Elon inherited money, and that might be true. I'm not saying he didn't. What I am saying though is like, okay, just because you were given money doesn't mean that you're not like a good business person. You know what I mean? Like just because he inherited money doesn't mean we should discredit it. I think people see him being outspoken politically, and they immediately like treat, you know, political things like their favorite football team. They root for their side, they hate the other side. And I think, to be honest, I think if you do that, regardless of what side you're on, both I've been critical of both sides, left and right. I think regardless of what side you're on, if you root for your political party like it's your football team, you are gullible. You know, to be honest, I don't agree with any politician 100%. And I'm certainly not going to hate Elon just because he sides, you know, to a different political side than I do. At the same time, though, he did inherit money for sure. But I think when he's been attached to so many successful companies, I don't think acting like he's a bad business person is the right thing to do. I think he's been connected to PayPal, Tesla, the Boring Company, Neuralink, Starlink, what's the rocket company? So SpaceX, so forth and so on. These are all very successful companies. And so regardless of whether you inherited money or not, business isn't easy. It's not easy to, build businesses. And so regardless of whether he built them or not, I know another criticism is like, oh, well, he didn't actually build those businesses. It's like, that's fine. But being connected to so many different successful businesses, it's not something that most people can do. And I don't think we can really discredit him for that. Again, regardless of his political affiliation. Now I think Elon is being incredibly dumb regarding how he's talking. I think he needs to just be quiet about politics. Nobody wants to hear that from him. And I think he's going to hurt his companies if he continues to act that way. But, do I discredit all of his business accomplishments from it? No, of course not. Currently the best AI company to invest in, OpenAI. Chat GPT, OpenAI for sure. I don't really like Elon. I think Elon's being really dumb with what he's saying. Like I said, you guys know me. I'll bother both sides. Both sides will hate me when I'm finished. But at a certain point, like I said, man, I think that he's been a part of a lot of really successful companies, Microsoft will buy OpenAI is my guess. Yeah, for sure. I think that's probably pretty likely. Yeah, and I was playing with Chat GPT today, man. It's fun, dude. Yeah, just be careful with pennies, brother. You know how it goes, man. Most pennies are terrible companies. Q breaking highs here. I was hoping Tesla might get a little pop, but I'm still kind of waiting on that. We still have about 30 minutes before the data drops. Yeah, well, SpaceX is probably the worst of the bunch, just in terms of margin and profitability. Markets are open. It's just not market hours yet. All right, so yeah, I'm starting to get some eye pain, man. I'm going to take these off and put my blue blocking glasses on here. I think that's probably the best move. All right, guys. Q popping up, tested highs at 282.50s. Tesla at 136.30s. Bitcoin up to 21.4K. Man, these guys suck. Swap these out. I wear my sunglasses to chart. Mixtape coming soon, guys. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna avoid that combo body. There's no point in having that conversation. Like I said, I dislike both sides pretty easily. I'm very socially liberal, to be honest, but I'm a capitalist as well. So I mean, I'm pretty neutral. Tesla rip it up. Q up to 282s. Hey, what's up, Mo? Yeah, and just a general request. Let's not argue about politics here. Maybe I started it, but from that, let's just move on from politics in general. We're going to avoid that conversation if we can. All right, Tesla breaking highs here. really nice to see. I'll go ahead and take half of it off. So we just locked in half. We sold 50%. Now we're just kind of sitting on the rest, letting it work up if we can. Hey, hope you're doing good, Mo. Yeah, thank you, bro. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, we also have retail sales today. That's one that not everybody's talking about, but we do have retail sales today. Retail sales are expected to show up at minus 0.8%. Less is more with both of these. There's going to be an inverse correlation with market activity on both of these, both retail sales as well as PPI data. So there's going to be an inverse correlation with both of these here. So yeah, inverse correlation with both of these. Again, we want lower than expected numbers on both PPI and retail sales. Really, conventionally, retail sales is there's a positive correlation with markets. But again, right now with high inflation, anything that evokes more spending is bad. Anything that means more spending is bad, and yeah, that could mean more spending. So anything that means more spending is bad. And, you know, like I said, we got a lot of potential. Anything that means more spending is bad. And we got a lot of potential data releases that could evoke bullish or bearish action here, guys. Again, retail sales, lower is more, high, or lower is better, higher is worse. Team, lower is better, higher is worse. Do you think we're going to get good or bad data? Let's look at the actual poll numbers. We did a poll this morning here. So we did do a poll already. And on our poll right now, nah, we're not taking a Tesla swing. So 57% are bullish, 43% are bearish on the poll out of almost 900 votes already. We got about 720 people here at this point in time. So we're almost up to 750 people here. Yeah, the debt limit is going to be really interesting. I'm not sure when they're going to happen either, but we'll probably cover it. We'll try to, at least, is what we'll try to cover. We are magnet to 30K on Bitcoin. Yeah, Bitcoin is overpumped, man. I don't know. Bitcoin's bounced back a lot over the last couple of days, which is good. Jeez, man. All right, guys. Bitcoin must go to 23K. We're close. I mean, Bitcoin's at 21K right now, and that's good. We had a little pullback in market activity. Luckily, we took profit around the high, so we're pretty neutral here. All right, guys. We got about 30 minutes left. 30 minutes left here, team. Market's starting to bounce back up. We'll see what Tesla does. We already took profit. We could add some back here. Not really much of an Instagram person. Mostly Bitcoin bounced back up to 21.4K. Jeez, man. Not a fun morning for poker, bro. So I had a person go all in at the very beginning of a tournament randomly with ace 10 offsuit. I had queens. I call him. He hits an ace on the flop. I lose. I have another guy who raises. The flop comes 5-5-6. I've got eights. He goes. I only have about a quarter of my chip stack left, and so I go ahead and call him. He flops quad fives. I get stuck with quad five. Man, just bad luck today, man. Certainly negative variance, unfortunately, but it's all good. I think I played him right. If you guys have any criticisms of my plays, let me know. But I think I played him right. Yeah, I don't know what the guy was doing, really. Going all in on a like fresh stack with like 50 big blinds with no raises. It wasn't a 3-bet raise. It was just a regular base raise on the blinds with ace 10. I just don't understand the play. But, you know, at these lower stakes, you're going to have just fishy players who just don't know how to play, and they just kind of randomly. Yeah, I like Cuban too. All good, man. All good, brother. Yeah, I like Cuban as well. Cuban's good. All right, so we're pulling back a little bit. Again, I'm still in Tesla. Maybe I should have cut this a little bit earlier, but it's all good, man. You know. All right, guys, we got 24 minutes here, guys. 24 minutes. Bitcoin rip it up to 21.4K. Let's see if it drags Tesla up. I could add some back to Tesla. I think I'm just going to chill and sit here. All right. All right, guys. So yeah, 24 minutes until PPI data comes out. Again, let me know what your expectations are here. Bitcoin rip it up here. SPY tried to bounce. Tesla tried to bounce. Q pulled back a little bit. So Q's looking a little bit weak. Let's put up the SPY here as well. Here's the SPY chart. We're at 398.80s here on the SPY. 398.80s. Again, PPI comes out in about 25 minutes. Thoughts on gold and silver this year? Whew, I think it depends on what the market does. Big pullback on the SPY. I might buy this dip here as well. The whole point is to sell this ahead of the PPI data. We're going to take 100 shares of the SPY. Again, the whole point is to sell this ahead of the data release. I don't want to hold through the actual release. Bitcoin predicts the market. I've seen people say that. I'll have to check. I'm not really sure. I always assumed that the market influenced Bitcoin. But I've seen a lot of people say that Bitcoin influences the market lately, and maybe they're right. I don't know. I'll have to watch it. All right, we jumped to the SPY. We're in Tesla here as well. All in long. Will this affect Bitcoin? Yeah, it's definitely going to affect it. It's definitely going to affect it some. How much, we don't know. But it's definitely going to affect it some. You think prices would go up or down after the PPI announcement? It really depends. If it flatlines like CPI, what do you think the market will be? More bullish? I really don't know. I think lower than expected is what we want, obviously. So lower than expected data is what we want. Higher than expected data is not what we want. And, you know, that'll be really fun to see what we get. But Bitcoin predicts the market. And hey, well, I'll have to watch. So are y'all saying that Bitcoin moves ahead of these reports? So like Bitcoin will make a green move ahead of these reports, and then following that, the report drops in the same direction, so you can predict what the report shows by Bitcoin. Is that what y'all are saying? Explain. Again, I don't really watch crypto a lot during these big releases. Right, so we got to pull back here. Right, exactly, man. That's what I'm saying, Stevie. Hands kind of played themselves. That's what I'm saying. I didn't do anything wrong. It's just variance. You know, variance is fine. Like, I'm okay with it. I play every day. But it's just kind of like, the real question is, why did the guy go all in pre-flop with like 50 big blinds with ace 10 offsuit with no raises? Like, it wasn't a 3-bet. Like, that doesn't make sense. The only thing I can say is maybe he didn't have time to stick around. And so in that, he was just trying to kind of YOLO his stack away because he didn't have time to stick around. That's plausible, you know. Market follows Bitcoin. Hey, we'll see. Google up big today. Is it really? So let's take out Google. There's Bitcoin. Bitcoin pumping up. About to try to go green on the day. We'll see if it actually makes it. Again, 20 minutes, guys. 20 minutes. We're in the SPY. We bought 100 shares of the SPY. Bitcoin push it up to 21.4s. I think crypto moves in the opposite direction. Maybe. Whoever thinks the market follows Bitcoin is obviously not paying attention. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I've seen Molly's Game. It is a good movie. I do like that movie. There's a lot of big players who have inside info on the Fed data. Yeah. And probably in Bitcoin, I guess there would be more inside traders that are watching it. Look at Bitcoin still breaking highs here. Again, we're in the SPY with 100 shares. 100 shares in the SPY. We got 18 minutes, guys. 18 minutes. Do me a favor. Hit that like button if you haven't already, guys. We appreciate it. All right, slightly green on this. Tesla ripping back up to the highs here. That's nice to see. We're in with 15 shares. There we go. SPY moving up. All right, I got to take my timely break. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. All right.
Time to work.
All right, look at Tesla, man. Hey, Tesla's testing these highs again. Part of me is like, do I take profit now or do I wait? No, ace doesn't always get busted. I would prefer ace over anything else, obviously. I'm not going to talk about what side I use just because. All right, look at Tesla testing highs here. Again, we got a little bit of a pop. I'm going to take 25% of this trade off just to lock in the profit because I can. All right, so we're popping up. Again, we got 25 shares off already. Tesla breaking highs again. Almost, we made about 20 bucks here on Tesla. I'll go ahead and take another 5 shares off. I do want to cut this ahead of the report. So we got 10 shares left. All right, there we go. We'll take another 25% off. Just lock in profit here on both of these. Yeah, I'm not going to give you guys any links or anything. It's just not worth it for me. Like, yeah, report is in 15 minutes exactly, or a little bit, approximately 15 minutes. MLN. Yeah, so again, expectational numbers here. We got a few different numbers that are coming out today that we can expect numbers on. We got retail sales data today. So retail sales. We've got jobless claims numbers. Or no. We got retail sales. We've got PPI, which is the biggest one. So in terms of scale, we got PPI, which is the biggest. Expectations for month over month, which is the big one you want to watch is month over month data. Expectations for that are for minus 0.1% for PPI, minus 0.1% month over month for PPI. That's the biggest one to watch. The next one is retail sales data, and month over month retail sales data is the largest one to watch as well. It's coming in at minus 0.8%, minus 0.8%. So anything over or under that is, what we're going to get. And again, we'll see if we get some good movement. Tesla rip it up. All right, look at Tesla fly up here, guys. So we are in Tesla. Tesla breaking highs here. Part of me is like, okay, do I take profit off? I think I'm going to go ahead and take this off here because I can. So we're going to lock in that profit. We are still in the SPY here. Yeah, so we got 13 minutes now. It's like I said, approximately 13 minutes. And again, if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button, guys. Hit the notification bell. We are in a growth period. We're trying to hit 100K. So we're trying to hit 100K. I would love to... I would love to be able to hit 100,000 before the end of this month, if possible. I'd love to hit 100K before the end of this month. We'll see if we do or not, but I'd love to. I'm just gonna hold the SPY. We're in 50 shares, so even if it comes back, yeah. So I'd love to hit 100K before the end of this month. Help me get there, guys. We're pretty close, man. I mean, we're pretty close. Make sure we're monetized here. Yeah, so SPY pulled it back a little bit. Like I said, we locked in enough profit to where we're pretty close to neutral on this trade already. Yeah, 100K will be on the next FOMC, probably. Yeah, it'll probably be close to that. All right, guys. So again, we'll see if the SPY bounces. Maybe I shouldn't have sold Tesla here, is what it looks like. Could Bitcoin dump to 20.3K before a massive pump? I mean, it could. Will it is a different story completely, though. Yeah, last time data was bad, we had a $10 drop. Yeah, I mean, look at Tesla rip. It's at 137s. Bitcoin at 21.4s roughly right now. SPY is right around 398.70s. Will we hit 400 today? I think is another big question here. Are we going to hit 400? I think it's possible. Party City halted on news? Really? Look at Tesla rip up. It's at 137s. We got 1,100 people here, guys. If you haven't already, take the time, hit the sub button. We are pushing towards 98,000 subscribers. 98,000 subscribers here, guys. I would truly love to hit 98K. And if you haven't yet, hit that sub button, hit the notification bell. We appreciate you guys. Help us keep the growth up here, team. All right, we are now red on our SPY trade. Maybe we could have taken some profit. Like I said, we're not going to let this run on against us too much. We are going to get flat. We got less than 10 minutes ahead of this report, so we are not going to hold this through the report. There's way too much risk. Tesla flying up. Again, we're in my SPY trade. It's pretty neutral. Are you going to buy Tesla this year? I made money on Tesla already. We made about $20 on Tesla already. Party City halted. I don't know about that. We'll look at Bitcoin here too. Here's BTC. Bitcoin pulling back from 21.4s. Yeah, there's an inverse correlation with today's data and market activity, right? So data comes in lower than expected. That's good. Market's going to go up. Data comes in higher than expected. That's bad. Market goes down. That's essentially what we're in. There's no reason at all to make the report comes out bad. Everything been coming in lower. This market is about to fly this year. Well, I mean, the report doesn't care about about like sentiment like that, though. The report's just covered inflationary pricing data is all it is, right? So again, inflationary data is influential over markets. The biggest one is CPI in terms of like market reaction. The biggest one is CPI by far, followed by probably either PPI or unemployment or GDP, one of those two. CPI, PPI, unemployment, GDP. They're all big releases. They all drop once a month. And so this is this month's PPI report, which is, again, the seller part of the inflationary, look. So, again, we have inflation prices. And with CPI is consumers, consumer price index is CPI. It's the biggest one. It causes the biggest reaction in both our channel in terms of views as well as broad market activity. CPI is the biggest for sure. After that is probably PPI. PPI is the other side of it. So while CPI checks the pricing for consumers, PPI measures the pricing for sellers. All right, guys, 7 minutes, guys, 7 minutes. Yeah, the numbers, again, expectations are right there, 6.8% for PPI, minus 0.1% for the month. Anything lower than that is good. Less is more here, guys. So, again, we want lower numbers. Lower is going to be interpreted as positive. All right, am I going to buy a Tesla car this year? Probably not. Maybe, but probably not. All right, guys, we got less than 7 minutes here. All right, Tesla finally dipping down some. Bitcoin at 21.3s. Yeah, we're going to cover the numbers very fast like we always do. All right, we are going to cut this. We got less than 5 minutes, guys. All right, big drop in the SPY here. We're gonna go ahead and cut our trade. Like I said, still a little bit green in pre-market on Tesla, but yeah, we're gonna go to. Yeah, thank you guys, crypto. The run-up looks too good to be true. Yeah, I don't know. We're slightly green here. Again, 13 minutes, or I'm sorry, about 5 minutes, really, give or take. We got about 5 minutes, 4.5 minutes to be exact. Let's see if Tesla ends up bouncing right here. All right, thank you, Calvin. No mode, drop a like. Yeah, y'all hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell. We certainly appreciate the love and support. Let's see what we get, guys. 4 minutes, it's time. We got 4 minutes, guys. It's time. Bear market rally, used cars prices. Does PPI cover the period when China? I'm not sure, Jed. Used car prices finally tanking. Yeah, so we're right around the volume weighted average price. Bitcoin is still at 21.37 ahead of this release. 21.37. Hey, what's up, Ren? All right, guys, 3 minutes, 3 minutes. Good, bad, vote of the poll. Let me know. Now is the time to vote. Our Twitter poll is completely flat. We're at 33% for everything here, completely split down the middle here, which is strange. Do we believe in Tesla? I'm pretty neutral on it. I don't believe in it enough to buy it myself personally. You know, no, that's, I mean, I don't know. All right, guys, SPY at 398.70s, 398.70s. Try to make moves. Tesla at 136.80s. SPY at 398.75s. Again, 2 minutes. We got about 1,500 people here. We also have retail sales data this morning as well, guys. Understand we got retail sales data as well. Retail sales are expected to show up at minus 0.8% on the month for December, minus 0.8%. So again, less is more here. Less retail sales is going to be interpreted as better. Higher retail sales is going to be interpreted as worse. And it's the same thing for PPI. So higher PPI is going to be interpreted as worse. Lower PPI is going to be interpreted as better, certainly here. So that's the nuance of the market. We'll see if we get it or not. Let me know what you guys think. Looking at our YouTube polls here, we got about 57% out of about 1,400 people are bullish. 43% are bearish. Here, I'm going to go ahead and end the poll. And so again, let me know what you guys think. I'd be up 1,700 if I didn't close that call up so mad. It's all good. SPY retrace. Yeah, SPY all the way back up over VWAP here. So SPY back over the volume weighted average price. We got about a minute and a half left. Yeah, Abu, I'm going to ban you if you keep spamming whatever that is. If that's a cryptocurrency, yeah, we're going to ban you if you keep spamming it, brother. Hope you understand. John, what do you think of Netflix earnings tomorrow? Bullish or bearish? I don't know. Netflix is interesting. We got less than a minute, guys. Netflix is kind of extended, to be honest, on the upside, in my opinion here. Look at the big rebound it's had. So Netflix is not super weak. On the year, Netflix is almost neutral. I'm not buying it. It's too neutral for me. Yeah, Netflix. No, not you. There's a different guy. All right, SPY is ripping up ahead of this report here, guys. We got 30 seconds here, guys. 30 seconds. We're going to go to get rid of this. Yeah, so 30 seconds, guys. Market's flying up. SPY moving up. We can look at Bitcoin to see how it gets affected by this price point here. It's at 21.3K. 21.3K. So again, we'll see how Bitcoin moves with everything. Again, here is the report. Here is the release. 20 seconds, guys. 20 seconds. All right, 6.8% is what the yearly PPI numbers are expected to be. retail sales are expected to come in at minus 0.8%. Minus 0.8%. Here's the release right here. All right, Canadian numbers just dropped. All right, PPI on the year came in at 6.2%. 6.2% less than expected on the year over year. All right, on par. Great number. So core PPI year over year came in lower than expected. Core PPI month over month came in as expected. PPI year over year came in at 6.2% versus 6.8% expected here. And month over month PPI came in at minus 0.5 versus minus 0.1. Way higher than expected for PPI data. Retail sales aren't out yet, but PPI data came in at much lower than expected. I mean, lower than expected data for PPI. A great market reaction here. This should make everything go up. A great market response. Again, much lower than expected. Retail sales just dropped as well. They came out lower than expected as well. This is great data here. Everything came out lower than expected here. Lower than expected data. Everything's moving up. Again, in terms of base PPI, it came in at 6.2 versus 6.8% expected. Core PPI on the year came in at 5.5 versus 5.7% expected. Core PPI on the month was flat. PPI on the year came in at 6.2. PPI on the month came in at minus 0.5 versus minus 0.1% expected. So again, much lower than expected for everything here. This should cause a big influx in markets, but lower than expected PPI data, which is great. It's exactly what we want. Bitcoin just popped up to 21.5. The SPY tapped 400. Tesla up to 137s here. And so great data. This is honestly really good. This is better than expected here. So great data. Again, we will put the numbers up on screen so you can see it. But again, lower than expected data all the way around, basically. Lower than expected data all the way around. All right, so we'll put this up on screen. All right, so here is the month over month PPI data, which is the biggest release. We're going to add everything else to the screen. Bear with me here. But yeah, everything came in lower. Literally every metric came in lower than expected. Retail sales came in lower than expected, which is good. That's exactly what we want. Slowly adding everything now. Uh, 5.7% expected for core retail. We had retail sales. PPI year over year came in at 6.2 versus 6.8% expected. Retail sales
Time to work.
came in at minus 1.1% versus minus 0.8% expected. All right, so here is all the data right there on screen here. So again, we came in much better than expected for everything. Retail sales came in lower than expected month over month. PPI came in lower than expected at minus 0.5. Versus minus 0.1% expected. Core PPI came in lower than expected. PPI year over year came in lower than expected. Retail sales came in lower than expected. So everything came in better than expected here. And the market's turning, which is interesting. You know, the market's reversing here. All this data was better than expected for sure. And the market's starting to turn. Really interesting. This basically means that sellers had lower pricing. I'm not sure why the market is reversing now. But retail sales came in lower than expected. That's supposed to be positive. PPI came in lower than expected. That's supposed to be positive. So yeah, I really don't know why the market's responding like this. But again, sometimes it's backwards land. Well, Luca said retail sales minus 1% is worse. Here's in inflationary markets, at least recently, higher retail sales is interpreted as worse. The reason higher retail sales is interpreted as worse is because it means that inflation is still bad. And vice versa. Lower retail sales is going to be interpreted as better, just like lower PPI is going to be interpreted as better, right? So generally, over the last 6 to 8 months to a year, really, lower retail sales has been interpreted as more positive, and higher retail sales has been interpreted as more negative. And so that's one of the reasons we had higher retail sales, or we had lower retail sales, and I assumed the market would go up. But again, you never really know. It's been backwards land, and sometimes that switches. Like sometimes like market's going to start interpreting it as positive now. And again, all we can do is really report on the data. It's one of the reasons, regardless of what we think is going to happen, is one of the reasons I don't put any big positions up ahead of this report. There's just no point in it. There's too much risk taking positions like that. So we're just going to chill and wait. And yeah, let me know what you guys think. Who cares about PPI? Well, we got about 1,700 people here. So, I mean, they care, I'm sure. All right, guys, starting to reverse. Again, we're pretty flat ahead of this data here, so we're pretty neutral on this. Neutral data so far. Let's see if we reverse and head back up here. It's possible for sure. All right, market's starting to bounce back up again. Yeah, PPI is more important to the Fed. PCE is really the big Fed one. The one the Fed looks at the most is PCE, but I mean, they're all pretty relevant and important, I think. SPY at 398.50s here. All right, SPY at 398.30s here. Tesla at 136.40s. PPI to the lowest since December 13th, last down 10.3 basis points. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see what's going on with the market. It really is. Again, it's never 100%. It's one of the reasons, like, I don't take any sides. You saw me, I was in the SPY ahead of this report. You guys can see here, we ended up losing a little bit, but we cut the position ahead of it just because you don't really know what the response is going to be. It's kind of like earnings, right? A lot of traders who are really just gambling away. Like, they're just gambling away money. They're taking risks. If they weren't in the stock market, they'd be putting it all on red and blackjack, or in roulette, I mean. So you got traders that just take huge positions. A lot of the time, they're option-based ahead of these big reports. And the problem with that is, like, it's kind of like earnings, where everything might be good. Like, everything might be conventionally good or conventionally bad or following the trend of the last report. But then things change. Like, for instance, earnings reports are like this. You could have a company that drops great earnings, great EPS, great sales revenue, great guidance. But for some small nuance in the report, it's interpreted as negative. You know, and that happens very often, where it's like taking a huge position ahead of it. It's just a risky bet. It's a risky gamble with these big reports, because we don't really know what we're going to show. Even though PPI was lower, which means that lower pricing, it was lower all the way around. Maybe the retail sales being slightly lower than expected made market activity go down. It could also have to do with extension here. Like, we could just be like, okay, the extension is up. Could say that we could look at it like, okay, well, we've been moving up for the last couple of days, and so based off of the report, maybe traders were anticipating a better number there, and just based off of extension, they're starting to take profit into it. That's possible too. We don't really know why the market reacts this way. We can only speculate, but generally speaking, with inflation high, lower PPI is good. Retail sales numbers lately, with inflation high, lower retail sales numbers lately has been interpreted as good, but it looks like it's not anymore. Tesla pulling all the way back to 136. I might buy this dip here in Tesla here. So we might buy a couple shares. Let's get in the 30 shares of Tesla real quick. See if we get a pop. See if we get a bounce. So we got 30 shares of Tesla there. Yeah, these numbers could just be the initial reaction, and we could be, you know, move in a specific direction afterwards. Hopefully to the upside. It's one of the reasons we're buying Tesla here, is because maybe I don't think this I don't think this reaction is necessarily sensical. I think that it's possible that this is just an overreaction to the downside and we might bounce back. And that's exactly what we're starting to do. So again, we bought a little bit of Tesla here. Going to try to let it bounce back. It's usually volatile with news like this. Yeah, I mean, we cover all the major reports here. So we cover all the major economic data. So we kind of see the volatility from it generally. Lower sales core will drive market down. Markets will transition from inflation to earnings over the next couple of weeks. Possibly. That's possible. Why on earth is the market crashing? I don't know if it's crashing. It's not really a big, huge move or anything like that. It really isn't. Could it be better? Sure. But like I said, the negative reaction is just the initial reaction. We might get a bounce. That's why I bought Tesla. We might add a little bit more to it too. I'll just wait. We still got about 50 minutes before the market opens here. So that's okay. We also had other CPI inflationary numbers drop this morning. So we already had specific numbers drop this morning. You'll look at the Dixie. Yeah, we can look at the Dixies. Tesla's starting to reverse here. We got 30 shares. Like I said, I'd like to hold on to this. I don't mind risking the little $15 I made on Tesla this morning with a little dip buy. I might even add some to it. There's 40 shares. We'll maybe get into 50 shares. We can also look at the dollar index as well here. Here's the Dixie. The Dixie is currently at 101.90s here. So we'll add one more lot of 50 shares, and we're not going to add more than that. We'll play off the risk we've already profited on the day. What time do you start trading in the morning? We start the live stream pretty early. When we start trading depends on what the setups are in markets, you know. All right, so again, we bought Tesla 50 shares. We'll see how this treats the market. The dollar index has started to bounce up a little bit too. Y'all, this ain't looking good. I don't think this looks like anything yet. I think in terms of like the SPY is still technically green on the day. So it's not like we reversed so much that we even went red on the day yet. So in terms of like movement, it's still pretty neutral. It's not like a huge movement or anything like that. PPI was good. Yeah, PPI was definitely good. So PPI was lower than expected, which is exactly what you want. You want lower than expected for this. All right, I gotta look the other way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. All right, so for my eyes. How will Bitcoin play now? Will it dip or pump? I'm not sure, to be honest. The dollar index is falling, so generally that's good. That should cause somewhat of a bounce in markets. Oh, the humanity. Yeah. Hey guys, help us hit 28 or help us hit 98,000 here, guys. We're pumping up towards 98K. Help us hit that. Subscribe. Listen, everything we do here is free. We don't charge for content. We don't sell content. We don't act like gurus. We don't charge a penny for any of the content we put out. Even becoming a member is just a way to help support the channel. So even becoming a member is just an easy way to help support the channel. We don't charge for any of our content. It's all free. And my big thing here is like, I don't claim to be a good trader. I don't claim to know what happens with stocks. I just kind of put everything out there for free. As you guys can see with this, we cover the data as soon as it drops here. So we're going to go ahead and take half of this position off on Tesla just because we can. No, we just took half off. I don't claim to know what happens. My big thing is like I just want to create a resource and community. I think there's enough day trading gurus out there for me personally. I'd rather just put everything out there for free, not claim to be an expert, not act like a guru, and just have a group of traders where we're just trying to help each other learn and grow. And so if you appreciate that, hit the sub button, hit the notification bell. I appreciate you guys so much. Community is growing ridiculously fast. Like I said, the last 6 months has been really exciting for the channel. We're pushing towards 100K. We're almost to 98K now. Hit the sub button. Help us hit it. Hey, John, I went on vacation in your home state and went to New Orleans. I need to get away from the cold. Hey, nice, man. Go to Harris. Harris is fun. Not today. Yowzer. You're the man. Hey, thank you, Christopher. I appreciate you guys. All right, so yeah, we bought a little bit of Tesla. We're riding it up some. All right, so Tesla's still ripping up here. We will take some more off on Tesla if it continues to bounce. Look at the SPY rip. Yeah, so again, we got an initial bad reaction. Like I said, that could have just been the initial reaction. We might start to reverse now. At least I'm hoping that's what's going down here. And it seems to be, at least we're getting a little bit of that. Market's starting to reverse really nicely here. I'm going to go ahead and take another 10 shares of this off, just lock in some more profit. There we go. Up about $40 on Tesla, a little bit less here. So nice little green day. And Tesla's pumping up. Cool. Lock a little bit more in, and then we'll just sit on the rest, and we'll hold the rest as long as we need to. The dollar index is breaking down. If we can break under 100 on the Dixie, that's great. If we can break under 100 on the Dixie, that's amazing. Hopefully we can. We'll see. Still got about 45 minutes until the market opens. Also, guys, y'all check out Top Step if you haven't already. Top Step is a funded account program for futures. They're a legitimately amazing program, and they help you get better as a trader, right? So if you look at the E-mini, if you look at the market activity here, right, here's the E-mini. You'll notice it's the same exact price action as this left side in this middle side here in futures. The same exact price action. And the great thing about it is that you can day trade essentially the S&P 500. What responds to this release and reports, you can trade it without restriction with no PDT rule. If you trade stocks, you're going to have at least 25 grand to actively day trade. In futures, there's nothing like that. You can day trade, you can short in futures without restriction, without PDT rule. And so you can day trade futures. To do so, you need at least 5 to 10K, in my opinion, to day trade the E-mini, which is what this is called. It's the futures version of the S&P 500. And Top Step is a sponsor of mine. They give you a demo and they test you. And regardless of whether you get funded, it genuinely builds you into a better trader. It shows you how to trade, builds you into a better trader. What they do is they give you a demo. If you can hit their targets, their profit target while following their rules, they legitimately fund you between $50,000 to $150,000 with a 90% split. And so if you get funded by them and you make 20K, you keep 18K, which is 90%. They're regulated by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange in the U.S. They pay out millions. You can see they paid out over $7 million since 2020. They fund thousands of traders a year. They've been around for over a decade. They process payouts fast, very reasonable ratios. So it's a very reasonable funded account program, and you get to keep $5,000 of your first profit. Just a lot of incentives to do it. Again, regardless of whether you get funded, it turns you into a better trader, in my opinion. And so if you want to check it out, a great way to help support the channel is to check out Top Step. They are the most legit futures funded account program in the world, in my opinion. And again, a great way to help support the channel. Here is the link if you want to check it out. We'll also pin it to the top of the page. You can also find it in the description here. And so again, we're going to pin this to the top of the page if you want to check out Top Step. Again, they are a sponsor. Great way to help support your boy here and this channel. Get the music playing again. So yeah, there we go. We pinned it to the top of the page. You can see the link for Top Step right here. Again, 20% off if you use my link. Great way to help support the channel here. Let's get the music rolling. There we go. I'm in Mountain Time Zone. I'm wondering what time I should start if I start the same as you. I mean, it depends, man. Google's your friend, brother. You know. And we are going to be trading futures on Top Step. If you want to see what it's like, we are going to be trading there, trying to get funded today. But our TOS account, the account y'all see right here, I mean, you can see me buy, let's see, we bought 100 shares of the SPY today. That's like 30 to 40,000. And so you can kind of see me, you know, on my TOS account, like we've got a pretty solid amount of money that we trade with every day. So all right, E-mini, pump it up. Oh, wow. So look, so the code that I input here, I had Chat GPT write me a TOS code, a think script code. And look, I told it to automatically document the highs and lows, and it did every day. Look at that. That's really dope, man. Chat GPT wrote me the script. So Chat GPT genuinely wrote me the script here, and you can see it works. Look, it gave me dotted lines for the highs and lows. Really interesting. Right, the Dixie's falling back down. I wish it would work on Tesla. Let's try it on Tesla. Yeah, for Tesla, for whatever reason, it doesn't work. And my guess is because of pre-market activity. But in futures, the code works. The script works. Did we have some other data dropping today? Or did we have some other data dropping tomorrow? I think we have Netflix earnings tomorrow. Tomorrow we have housing starts, jobless claims numbers, the Philly Fed index, and more. So we got some data dropping. Look at the Dixie breakdown here. So the Dixie testing lows again. The lows of the day are at 107.76 here. So you can kind of see the low of the day right there at 107.76. You can see it start to break down underneath that level. I'm in Central Time, so I started about 5:15 Central Time. And so you're in Mountain Time Zone. So I start at... I start about at 4:15 in the morning your time. About 4:15 a.m. your time is when I start. About 4:15 your time. All right, so the Dixie just broke lows here. Tesla pulling back. SPY still moving up, but Tesla's starting to pull back here. Again, luckily we took most of the P&L off, and I'm just going to go ahead and take the rest. I think that makes sense. Yeah.
Time to work.
John, I've used Chat GPT to send me possible head and shoulder alerts on trading. But my favorite formation is a godsend, but I guess when everyone uses it. Yeah. I mean, it works really well, man. Again, I was playing with Chat GPT this morning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. Yeah, it's interesting. Again, it's an interesting report because we had better than expected PPI reports. So we had better than expected PPI data. Yeah, well, I'm not asking Chat GPT to trade for me. I'm asking for it to build indicators and stuff. Yeah, I don't think just giving like a program like the ability to trade for you is the right move. Oh man, so I'm under the gun. I have jacks. It goes all the way around. We get a 3-bet. I raised to 350. Somebody else goes all in after me. I think I got to fold jacks here. He's either doing with kings or aces or queens. I'm in the bottom of the range. I think I just got to fold there. Yeah, we'll see. Dollar index broke down under that previous low of the day level, and then it's kind of bouncing back. Maybe it was a little... maybe a little nitty to play, or to fold my jacks there. But I think those are the type of folds that you have to make. All right, so we're moving up. We're going to test the highs again today. I don't know. We're pretty flat from this report, which is surprising. I guess people are interpreting retail sales better than expected. It's the only possible thing that makes sense is they're interpreting retail sales lower is worse. So they're interpreting retail sales worse than expected. And obviously, because PPI, it's not up to interpretation. Like there's under no circumstances is PPI going to be seen as bad, right? So PPI is obviously good. But retail sales is the only arguable one where some people could interpret it as good, some people could interpret it as bad. You know what I mean? That's the only problem with it is that. So are they interpreting it as good or bad? You know, is for retail sales, because conventionally over the last couple months, higher retail sales is worse. It means worse inflation problems. Lower retail sales is going to be seen as better over the last couple months. So Redbook is data out. Yeah, Redbook data came out much earlier, and it's not super influential over market activity. I might buy the SPY dip here because, again, my logic on the SPY dip is simple. The SPY should follow market activity. PPI was lower than expected. Again, I have no idea if this is going to work. I might be wildly wrong about everything, but I'm buying this dip in anticipation of a rebound in market activity. PPI did come in better than expected. The only problem, I see the dollar index start to bounce here. It's not really what we want. I see the Dixie start to bounce. Again, not really what we want. Preferably, I'd like to see the dollar index fall, obviously, because there's an inverse correlation, but I don't know if we're going to get that or not. Inflation inside the U.S. Yeah, we also had European CPI drop this morning, if I remember right. Didn't we? So we had European CPI drop this morning, and that came in at lower than expected as well for most. Month over month, which is the most important one, came in. Year over year CPI came in flat. So I'm pretty sure that data was somewhat positive here. How PPI affects? Well, PPI is the producer price index. It's the other side of CPI. CPI is buyer inflation. PPI is seller inflation. All right, so we got a pop in the SPY here, which is nice. All right, we're gonna go ahead and take a piece off there. So we just locked in the profit. So again, you can kind of see me trading little dip buys based off of logic of movement from CPI report. So again, we kind of bought the SPY. We're riding it up a little bit. Small trade, but we were red, so we're up, some on that trade, which is nice. Do you think we'll be green today? I don't know, to be honest. I really have no idea. I think we could, but it's too hard to predict if we're going to be green today. It's too hard. I think I think it's logical to assume that since PPI was a little bit better than expected and we're pretty flat from that report, that we could see, and it doesn't mean we will, but that we could see bullish action after the open. It means we could. It doesn't mean we will, no, but it means we could, and that's kind of why I bought the SPY here. Now, again, I'm not saying we're going to continue to get bullish action, but we could. That's the only reason I'm buying this. At the same time, though, maybe people are weighing retail sales to be much worse than expected, and so in that regard we might get bearish action. To be honest, from this report we're pretty flat at this point in time, so again we're just kind of waiting. It's a waiting game right now. Well, it's not based off of what it was last time for CPI, Emmanuel, so it's not based off of last month. I mean, they use that to influence the sentiment from the report, but it's more so based around expectational numbers. That's the big thing to watch, is the expectational numbers. And in terms of PPI, we came in lower than expected, which is better than expected. So higher than expected means higher pricing. In a time of high inflation, that's bad, right? We had lower pricing, lower than expected pricing. So that's good. That means better inflation. Is kind of what we're at. All right, SPY trade turning against us now. So we are getting turned against on the SPY trade. JP, yeah, he speaks next at the 1st of next month. He does some stuff. All right, so we got a pretty big pullback in the SPY here. We're in 25 shares. Again, we're still pretty flat on the report. Schwab, big miss. Is that Charles Schwab? SCHW? Yes, did they drop earnings this morning? Will industrial production data have any impact on markets? When does that drop? Industrial production? Oh, in 12 minutes. It'll have some movement. Like, it's not going to be just completely unnoticed, but it's not going to be broad or big or anything like that. You know, the industrial production numbers. All right, guys. SPY's starting to bounce back up. That's good. So, again, we're still in the SPY. 25 shares. Still moving. There we go. Nice rip on the SPY here. So, starting to get a pop right now. I don't know what to do with this trade, man. All right, nice little bounce here. We're going to go take a little piece off, just lock in that P&L. Tesla's starting to rebound too here. Now 23 breaks and holds. Yeah, let's look at Bitcoin here. SPY popped up. We're still holding a little piece. Up about $40 today in pre-market. Bitcoin back up to 21.5K. People are canceling their Netflix accounts. I don't think so. I think Netflix is very strong. And again, I think Netflix, I don't know if it's strong right here in terms of this price, but I think their business is strong. The reason I think their business is strong is because like people underestimate the quality of Netflix's movies. Like Netflix has great movies for what they are. Like Netflix is an in-house production company, streaming service. So they have great movies for what they are, and their movies are only getting better with time. And so I think that's an optimistic thing long-term for Netflix. Now, short-term is a different story completely. I think short-term we bounce back such big percentages that for me, we might just be a little bit extended on that side now. So I'm just going to chill and wait. I'm not going to take any big position in Netflix. What's the PE of Netflix? Isn't the PE very high now too? Netflix PE. No, the PE is not that bad, especially at this current price. Now, am I going to buy it? Probably not, but it's too high for me currently. Yeah, people dislike Netflix because of political reasons mostly, but Netflix produces some pretty, regardless of whether you like the stuff they produce, the content is high quality, But getting a really big pop. Let's see if we break 400 here. Let's see if we break 4. Getting huge pops here. It's plausible that the market could hit 4, and it looks like my thesis was right, where we initially reacted negatively to this report, even though the data was pretty positive. And now, since we had some cheaper pricing from that, we kind of bought the dip and rode it up. Now, we could have taken some larger size from this, but it's all good. Netscape, huh? What about Blockbuster? All right, almost up to the 399.70s here. Well, the SH word crypto is subjective, so you might think that they're not good, but I think in terms of quality of their in-house content, it's getting better, All right, man. SPY. Let's see if we hit 400. And I think we ended our poll a little early. Let's do another poll here. All right, let's do another poll here. Does the SPY close over $400 today? Yes or no? But on the poll, does the SPY close over 400 today? It's getting pretty close, guys. It is getting pretty close here. It's up to 399.60s. Too much big money in Bitcoin to crash out. Didn't they restrict access? I'm not sure. Yeah, there's some good stuff. They had like the Atom Project drop. Again, I'm not like super into Netflix stuff, but they had some good stuff that dropped. Like, it's not all bad, you know. So many calls over 400. You think makers want to give that away? I don't know. Let's look at the poll number so far. So we asked this number on the poll, 80 votes already in about a minute. We got 72% of people thinking yes, we do close over 400 today. About a little bit less than 30 people say 30% of people say no, we're not going to close over 400. Again, we'll see. Big money is leaving Bitcoin. Yeah, I don't trust crypto right now personally myself, but I think that if Bitcoin breaks over 25K, we're talking a little bit, you know. Yeah, it's all good. I mean, you don't have to apologize. It doesn't matter. I don't really care too much about either which way you go in these poll numbers. I think it's interesting to just judge sentiment as a whole. Also, guys, y'all check out Top Step. Top Step is a funded account program for futures. And so what they do is they give you a demo. If you can hit the target on their demo while following their rules, they fund you. Look, in futures, you're essentially day trading the S&P 500. And like a lot of people gravitate towards penny stocks to trade, but you can trade futures without restriction and with no PDT restrictions. You can day trade short them without restriction in futures. And Top Step is the single most legit funded futures program in the world. They put out tons of great resources for the traders. The base package is less than $150 a month, and it's just an amazing way to test your skill at trading, right? It's a really nice way to test your skill as a trader. If you want to know whether you're ready to scale up in size, if you want to know whether it's time for you to take larger size, or whether you should try futures out with real money, this is a really good way to get your feet wet. The base one's less than $150 a month, and if you're a good trader, you can get funded. Again, they give you a demo. The base one's $50K, so you get $50K in funding if you pass it, and you got to hit $3K in profit on that demo without losing over $2K total while following the rest of their rules. So that's a 2 to 3 ratio, very reasonable ratio, not an unreasonable profit target or anything like that. And again, if you lose, it's not the end of the world. You're down, less than $150. If you win and get funded, there's a 90% split, a lot of incentives to do it. And regardless of whether you're funded, it really conditions you into be a better trader. It's cheap as well. To do it yourself in futures, you need about 5 to 10K at least. And so it's a really good way to test yourself to see if you want to try futures out as well. Check out the link right here. Again, it's also pinned at the top of the page. All right, so SPY pulled it back a little bit. You can see the futures contract. We also had Chat GTP write me a script this morning on ThinkScript, which is TOS, on documenting the highs and lows. Hey, thank you, Crypto Gaming. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you, sir. You gotta hit 3K in profit without losing 2K in the combine, or $1,000 a day. There's also $1,000 a day max, which is reasonable. I mean, again, these are rules that are going to help you, very reasonable rules that are going to help you be a better trader, in my opinion. All right, so yeah, we got industrial production numbers dropping in 2 minutes. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Time to work.
All right, there we go. You don't put the limits. There's a max loss. That's the whole point of the combine, is to test your max loss. You know what I mean? All right. So again, the E-mini right at 4K. Look at Netflix at the top. And so again, you can see this middle side. Here's the futures contract. And then we can put Tesla up right here. Tesla's still doing really, really nice. Jeremy, you want to, with regards to taxes, brother, you just want to ask them, man. Yeah, that's what I'm doing, Ace. I'm looking out the window, focusing on something far away. It's the only way to do it, I think. It's been helpful with my eyes. I haven't had as much eye strain since I started doing it. Yeah, ETH ribbon. Gamino, you need 1,000 subs and you need 4,000 watch hours. Streaming market saturated. Like I said, I've had a lot of people that have worked for my channel and then eventually try to go start a streaming channel themselves, and they usually just do not succeed, unfortunately. And again, everybody looks at my channel and they think it's easy. Like, I've had this channel for 6 years, so it's like I've built up an audience over time. And it's really not easy to grow as a streamer. Again, I've had a lot of people that have kind of worked with me and I've helped them grow, and then they've kind of pivoted and tried to stream themselves. And once they do that, I kind of just wash my hands of them. I'm just not going to promote them anymore because they're competing with me at that point in time, but streaming saturated. If I had to start a YouTube channel about trading, I would probably do video topics based off of news. That'd probably be the easiest way. Optimize the keywords really well. That's probably what I would do if I had to start over. SPY at 399.30 is dipping a little bit on the industrial production data, and the industrial production data came in at minus 0.7 versus minus 0.1% expected. So it looks like the market is interpreting this as somewhat negative for industrial production numbers. Again, they came in at minus 0.7% versus minus 0.1% expected. Hey, thank you, Abe. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, we try, bro. We try. If you missed the trial on Top Step, how long before you could try again? I'm really not sure with regards to like the trial on Top Step. Again, the base one's $150 a month, so like you could try as much as you want to get funded. It just costs $150 a month, and if you lose, you got to reset your account. And it's a reasonable way to trade. Like, it really is. I'm gonna go ahead and put the we're gonna get ready to trade Top Step. So I'm using a platform on Top Step called Quant Tower. And again, you can find the links to all this in the description. Again, what I'm trading is the E-mini. I'm trading the E-mini, which is the futures contract of the S&P 500, is what it is. So I'm trading the futures contract of the S&P 500, basically. All right, let's get ready. So yeah, this is the futures version of the S&P 500. Really useful. Like, a lot of people trade, they try to trade penny stocks because they think that if they trade with like a cash account that they're going to be able to actively day trade, and they'll soon find out that like it's not that, like that's not the case. I mean, you could trade, don't get me wrong, but it's so difficult to trade a cash account with while restricted by the PDT rule. It's so difficult to trade that trading the futures is going to be a better move for most traders, in my opinion. Like, it's just going to be easier to trade futures. There's no PDT restriction, so you can day trade and short in futures without restriction. Yeah, penny stocks is just like a lot of people do it. There's just so much predatory marketing in penny stocks that new traders get stuck with. You know, there's just so much predatory marketing in futures that new traders lose money on. Hey, later, Abe. RSI very high on what? All right, SPY started to put up. This is the S&P 500 again. Let's put my banners up here, and we'll do it this way. Again, we are trading on Top Step, which is a funded account program. You can look in the description. All right, so you're gonna get a little pop up. We're at 4K. Big pop up is in markets here. I don't think I'm in anything yet. I don't think I'm in anything on the SPY anymore. Let me see. Okay, no, I am in some stuff. I am up on the SPY still, so we're still in that SPY trade. Market's moving up really nicely. Bitcoin all the way up to 21.8 thousand, guys. That's crazy. Bitcoin all the way up there. We're in the SPY too. SPY is still holding nicely. We're still green on this one. Let's see how much we're green. Yeah, we're green a little bit. Pulling back a little bit. I don't know what I want to do here. Market dipping down some. All right, chat. Pity trade on the SPY. Yeah. All right, big pullback here. Again, I'm in the SPY. We're kind of flat. Like, it's not a huge trade. Big dip here. I don't know if some data came out. Let me see. I don't think anything did. I'm going to go ahead and cut my SPY trade break even. And get a little pop up in markets. Is this a bear market now? I'm not sure what this is. I mean, market's been green over the last couple of days. Apple's still ripping up. It's at 137.15s here. Big rebound all the way back up here. Market's being really volatile. Again, we're going to wait to day trade at the opening bell. There's no point in day trading now. All right, guys. So again, the micro E-mini, I kind of want to buy this dip. We're getting some strength coming through. Choppiness, we're green. Like I said, we're up about 50 or 60 bucks on the SPY today. Apple's influencing the market some. I don't think we have any big earnings today. I know yesterday we had Goldman Sachs. Let me see. Today is Wednesday. Procter & Gamble, Trust, Comerica, a few other companies, but nothing really big. Thursday. Oh, no. Today we got Schwab, PNC, Alcoa, First Horizon in the evening, but nothing big, nothing relevant enough to really watch. Again, we got about 4 minutes until market opens, about 4 minutes. About 3 minutes left. All right, guys. So we're sideways ahead of the opening bell, just patiently waiting for the market to open. SPY is at $399.50, so we could break highs we could break that $400 level today, which would be great if we can. Again, we'll see if we do. Looking like it wants to. Chad, how you guys doing? Let me see. Yeah, it's rough. I'm getting a decent pullback now, too. All right, Apple pulling back a little bit now. Again, you got less than 2 minutes before the opening bell, team. Let me pop out this chat. There we go. Fed Bullard is speaking. Okay, that might be influencing markets here. Here's the opening bell in about a minute and a half. And I don't think we have any other big data coming out today. We got FOMC member George speaking, Bullard speaking right now. Business inventories in 32 minutes. Let me see. Yeah, nothing else really. Tomorrow's a big day of stuff. We got a lot of stuff dropping tomorrow, as well as Netflix earnings. All right, here goes the opening bell. Less than a minute, guys. Less than a minute. Y'all hit the subscribe button here, guys. Help me hit 98K. Top 3 for sure. Hey, yeah, I hope you guys do well as well. Let's do this. Opening bell starts now in about 20 minutes. Or 20 seconds, I'm sorry. Market pulling back down. Again, we'll see if the SPY breaks. We did a poll this morning. About 64% of people think we are going to break 400 today. 36% of people think we are not. Again, as for whether we do or don't, we'll have to see. But all right, here's the open. Good luck, guys. All right, there's the opening bell. Again, at the open, SPY is consolidating around 399s. Gonna give it some time to open. All right, market's falling down. Just broke under 399s for a split second. Again, very neutral from this report, starting to bounce back up some, but we're going to try to let it find some footing at 399, some footing at 399. We'll see. Tesla tanking down. We'll see. Yeah, Tesla dropping down to 136s, but Tesla just retraced, had a big downwick candle. So big green action on the SPY now, big rip ups here. We'll see if the rest of the market follows suit. Big move up and then a pullback here. Apple ripping up. SPY testing 399.50s. Let's see if that vacuum of 400 hits. We're going to take one contract here on this pullback. See if we start pushing towards 400. All right, 2 contracts right now. Buying the dip. See if we start to make a push towards 400. If not, we'll cut it. It's small. But big reversal happening at the opening bell. Still over VWAP, though. That's a good sign. We crack VWAP, though. We got to cut this thing fast. Yeah, I don't like this movement at all. It looks like we could break down here, so I'm just going to cut that and get out small and wait. Yeah, I don't want to be in the sideways range and get attacked by that. Apple's flying up, though, so Apple's kind of dragging the market up. All right, market just broke low, so it looks like me cutting that trade was the right move so far, at least. Yeah, Tesla dropping down to 134.50s. Take two contracts short here. See, we've already popped all the way over VWAP here, so this is just a bad sign. So we're going to start cutting that one too. Just rough trading, man. Just up and down and up and down and up and down. It was like that yesterday at the opening bell too. And so it was like that all day yesterday, actually, it looks like. We had one big breakdown after the open, but I'm going to do my best either. I'm going to start taking one contract positions now until we get some better price action.
Time to work.
All right, so we look the other way. Very neutral range that we can draw now. So let's draw it. Yeah, Eduardo, I'll say this. I said this the other day. When we talk about something tanking, we're talking short term. Like Tesla dropped from 137 to 134 at the opening bell. You know, a lot of people are going to consider that tanking. It's still actually below VWAP and still red from the opening. So, I mean, regardless of how you view Tesla, you sound like you're a Tesla bull, and that's fine. But like getting mad at short-term descriptions of price action is not really a reasonable thing, in my opinion. You know. Yep. We got the bottom of the range here that we could trade if we want. All right, bouncing back up a little bit, retracing here, but again, sideways action at this point in time. Apple is what's dragging the market up. Apple testing highs of the day. Oof, my eyes hurt, man. I'm trying to look the other way, but man. Yeah, we got this little range we drew. We broke under it for a second, but I'm just kind of hanging out now. Again, we got a neutral range at the open. So until we break out of that range and do something, I'm just not going to mess with the market until we do something outside of that range. I got two types. I got blue blocking glasses, and then I have my nearsighted prescription glasses, but all right, Apple's starting to reverse. Again, I'm going to take one contract of this, just one. Again, judging from the initial price action, I just don't trust the market enough to take a larger size here. All right, we just made about $20 on that short, so we made our money back, or some of it. Like I said, one contract did me fine, and we'll keep trading one contract until we get some better price action. One. All right, this looks weak. We'll short a little bit more. We got two contracts now. We'll see if the weakness continues. For a retrace of lows. There we go. I just took half off. Gonna go ahead and take the rest off. So pretty flat on the day now. We're down. I think we're pretty close to break even at this point. We caught the down rip though. Take a little bit more. See if we can push down towards those lows. There we go. All right, so that's two rejections right at this level here. So we got four contracts. Looking for a breakdown of the lows here. Something's pushing this down. So again, we're kind of break even, but yeah, market's choppy again, man. This has been like the third or fourth day since the open where trading's just not going super great. We're down about 100 on the day. And we have this range, and we broke the range, and we look to attack the upward range. But again, it's one of the reasons we're keeping it pretty small. I don't like this price action at all. This is very neutral. You can see, like, if you look at the volume weighted average price on the SPY, we're chopping straight through it. So it's just not really like there's no edge in trading the SPY right now, or the E-mini or the micro E-mini. So we got to wait for some type of trend to form, because right now we just have a sideways trend. It is still early on the day, so maybe we'll get something good, but I'm going to put myself in timeout for trading. I'm not going to trade for at least 5 minutes and wait and hopefully get some type of momentum. But again, there's just not much edge attacking this, and you got to know when to slow down your trading. And I think market's giving me slow down signal right now. Like now, some things that will get me back into the market. If the market does something like this, where's my pin? Then we'll consider jumping back in it. But the market does something like this, where we bounce back, hold that range, and then continue. Then we'll consider longing it. But the short side is going to be really hard to get me to take any trades based off of that. Yeah, VWAP magnet. Yeah, I mean, when the VWAP goes like this, like, look, if this is the VWAP right here, which is what the VWAP looks like, the VWAP did this today. But when the price action of the move is just kind of going like this over and over, where we're going down and up and down and up and down and up over the VWAP, that it's just a really neutral trend. Now we break highs. Like I said, what will get me to start looking to take trades is if we do something like this. You know, kind of like a cup and handle breakout. That will make me interested, especially with $400 so close. But until then, you know, we just got to be patient, I think. Yeah, I don't know if I'd call this chaos. This is just neutral. It's the opposite of chaos. Hey, thank you, Trader Mike. Hey, nice, man. Hey, congrats. Just want to say thanks for basically teaching me how to trade. I've been on your channel for 2.5 years. Out of the last 9 days, I'm green out of 8. Hey, congrats, man. Good work. Yeah, just calculated risks. Like I said, losing days are inevitable. Like, I'm going to lose sometimes. But, like, in the end, if you do it right, where your winning days are large and your losing days are small, and you kind of keep a tight leash on yourself, then making money is just becomes waiting for trends to form. All right, so we're starting to test the top of the range here. I'm getting an urge to buy, but I think I'm just going to wait and really make sure we got an upward trend before I attack anything. And yeah, look, there's the big pop. Like I said, I had the urge to buy, but again, there's no confirmation that we're going to hold that. And again, just like I got faked out at the bottom, there might be some traders that get faked out at the top. And so in that, we just got to sit and let some real breakouts of the range happen. The $400 level is close, and so if I do take a position anytime soon, it's going to be based around potential movement towards that $400 level. So we'll take one here. And immediately getting pulled back on pretty fast. Yep. Sheesh, man. Yeah, very neutral day. But like I said, it's all good. I'm just gonna sit back now. That gave me the last nudge of not trading. Break it down straight under the VWAP too. Yeah, some days are just not good. Yesterday was not good for trading. If you look at like the entire range, like just to show you a picture of yesterday's price action, there's a few trades like you could take based off of this price action, but you know, this type of chart is just not good because you can see most of the day we're just chopping over and under the VWAP. You know, we had a little bit of upward action at the open, but most of the day we're just chopping under and over and under the VWAP. Ideally, when you trade, you want to look at a day like this. Let's see if we can find a good one. Like the day before that was really good, and we made money on the day before that, I think. But like the day before that, here's the volume weighted average price. You know, really nice holding over VWAP. This is like a good trending day. And again, to compare that to like yesterday, which is like a bad trending day, you're going to get days like this where you're just kind of going up and down and up and down. And so far, that's what we've gotten today. The volume weighted average price is, again, it's probably right around here. Now, the only trade idea you could have is if you think you're going to continue to short, or if you think you're going to continue to chop, you can short around the highs, obviously, and buy around the lows and anticipate that the market's going to keep going like that. Again, I don't really like doing that because you don't know when we're going to break out of the range. The only way to do that really is to wait for a lot of confirmation and neutrality and then attack it. But yeah, like I said, Cal, you could play the range like that. I don't personally like doing so. I think the way to build up profit in the market is simple, right? Like you gotta build up a cushion on the day, and then once you have that cushion, you take larger swings. Days when you don't build up a cushion, your losses should theoretically be smaller than your winnings on good days, because on your winning days you're scaling up, and on your losing days you're not scaling up. So on days like today where I'm unable to build a profit or build up a cushion, you got to just trade small. And if you start to make money and you do build up a cushion, then you can either decide to walk away with green profit or take larger swings into that cushion, into that profit you've made. That way, when you lose small, but when you win big. That's the easiest risk management system to follow, especially if you're making money most of the time, but then you're losing on a small number of trades. That's destroying everything. That has to do with your drawdowns. And a lot of people can make money, but when they lose, they can't stop. So yeah, neutral day. And again, you can look at like Apple, which is one of the biggest influences over market activity. It's the largest percentage of the S&P 500, which is what the E-mini is in futures, which is what we're trading. You can look at Apple today and just see, like, this is Apple right now, just to show you an Apple chart. Like we had Chat GPT program us something where it documented the highs and lows for us, but like look at Apple today, up, down, up, down, up. So just looks like a rectangle basically. I gotta wait for 7 a.m. Pacific time. 2 reports are dropping. What's dropping at 7? Yeah, for sure. And again, the great thing about this is like you can check out something like Top Step, right? Top Step is a funded account program for futures. You can test yourself to see if you're ready to step away on your good days and build that risk management system. And I think with these funded account programs, the way to get funded is, like I said, follow what I say more so than what I do here, because again, to understand me on these funded account programs, I kind of trade slowly and at my own pace, just because I'm already have 150,000 in buying power on Thinkorswim, right? So I don't need to get funded, and so I can take my own time, and they're a sponsor of mine. But like when you're trying to get funded on these funded account programs, again, what you want to do, in my personal subjective opinion, I'm not an investment professional, of course. I'm not liable if you lose. You always got to do your own thing, trade your own way, and I'm not liable if you lose. But what you got to do is you got to build up a cushion on your funded account, right? So if you're trying to hit 3K in profit, you build up a cushion of $100 to $200, right? Once you have a cushion of $100 to $200, you scale up your size, you take larger risk. If you make money, then you make $400 or $500 on that day, right? You do that, 6 to 7 times in a row, whatever it is. Then you're basically pretty close to getting funded, right? When you lose, if you say you make a couple $100, you scale up your size and then you lose, then you're right back to zero. You're right back to break even. You can either choose to walk away and have a 0 day, or you can try to build up another cushion of a couple $100. If you do, great. You can either walk away then or take a larger swing. That way, when you lose, it's small. But when you make money, it's much more profound. It's much larger, and it's faster to growth, and it's faster to get funded. I think that's one of the easiest ways to get funded. And again, if you want to check out Top Step, they give you a demo. If you can hit their target on the demo, again, the base one's 50K. You got to hit 3K in profit without losing 2K. which is a reasonable ratio, or $1,000 max loss per day. Again, if you want to check it out, you can get 20% off if you use my link. They are a sponsor. I'm definitely biased in their favor. But again, just like the market's starting to push up. But again, I'm not going to take anything. It's just not worth it. But again, market's starting to push up. I'm certainly biased in Top Step's favor, but it's a great way to help support the channel. And again, you got to think about it like we don't sell a course. We don't sell our own service. We have sponsors like commercials, just like the radio is free. The radio, you'll have a commercial every 30 minutes, 45 minutes. Same thing here. We'll have a commercial every 30, 45 minutes. Should be a reasonable expectation, in my opinion. All right, so the market is finally breaking over the top of the range. We haven't traded in a solid 5 or 10 minutes. And again, we'll see if the market starts treating us better. NAHB Home Builders Index. Yeah, I can look at that. We'll see if we get something good. Yeah, look, we're rejecting at the top. All right, so yeah, we got the NAHB Housing Market Index. The core retail inventories is going to be the larger release here. The core retail inventories is going to be the bigger release. Last time was minus 0.3%. So that'll be interesting to watch, but just be careful, guys. It's sideways. Yeah, pull it back at the top of the range. Again, what I am looking for, I'm looking at like Apple, Disney, see if they start to drag the market up. Apple finally started to break the top of the range here. So Apple broke out of the range on the upside. Now it's pulling back pretty fast, though. And so you can see like the S&P 500 is dipping pretty quickly with it. Apple pulling back, SPY pulling back. Just not really good price action. What's the Q doing? Is tech doing a little bit better than this today? Q's at the top of the range. So it looks like Q just kind of following Apple's lead. Tesla. Yeah, Tesla broke down even more. Where's the tanking guy at? I gotta look away. Maybe the market will do well. It looks like it could be a cup and handle breakout pattern or something like that right now. So we'll see if the market does better.
Time to work.
All right. Tesla's still breaking down, kind of dragging the market down. Again, we've stopped trading basically right now. We're not gonna keep attacking stuff when the market's just kind of going against this. But we'll wait. You know, maybe we'll get some edge that shows up. Green shirt. Well, you can see the range we drew is definitely at least accurate. How are you guys doing today? Hopefully y'all are doing better than me. But when will the bad news be bad? Poor PPI, lower PPI is good. You know, it means producer prices are dropping in high inflationary markets. That's great. That's what we want. I think the nuanced one today was retail sales. Tesla's still breaking down. So Tesla, like I think the market would mostly be red or green today if it wasn't for Tesla. Like Apple's green, and Apple's pushing up, and Apple had a green open and has been maintaining over the VWAP for a while now. The problem though is that Tesla is weak, and Tesla's been breaking down. It's down to 133s right now at the opening bell. So previous closing price on Tesla's all the way down to 131.50. So we still got a lot of room, and Tesla's still green on the day. But since the opening bell, Tesla's been weighing the market down, and Apple's been kind of pulling it up some. But that's kind of what we got right now. So because of that, we got two behemoth companies kind of going opposite directions. What we get is we get neutrality, we get choppiness. I've never seen the market move like this. Oh, well, then you haven't seen the market much lately, brother. Market moves choppiness. I would say market moves choppy like this maybe 30% of days. Most of the time it trends well. Yeah, top three for sure, Bob. Definitely top three. Fubo. I actually have Fubo as a service. Apple just broke highs. So we're going to buy. First trade in a minute. We'll see if we regret it. Longer term day trade. There we go. We're going to cover at the top of the range. So yeah, Apple just broke highs. Tesla's starting to rebound here. That's all good things. It's a Q moving up. We got one contract left. Very small trades though today, man. Let's see, we'll hold this for a potential range break. Even though we're right at the top of the range, so like in terms of support and resistance, we should sell here. But I'm just gonna let it see if the range break happens. Apple's still pushing up. Tesla's starting to retrace though is the problem. Like eventually we're gonna break out of the range, hopefully. And we've been in this choppy range for 30 minutes now. We take larger size, but not right now in this choppy neutral market, no. So we'll take larger size, but not today, not right now. Oh, man. Huge rip up on the industrial production numbers. We're going to go ahead and cut that. We just made about $40 from that trade. It looks like the numbers came in as, let's see what they showed up as. 31. So NAHB housing market came in at 31. Doesn't look like the other one's out. Apple broke highs. That's good. Yeah, 35 is what it showed up as. I'm sorry, 35 versus 31. So way better housing market index data than expected. Retail X inventories didn't really cover much. Facebook isn't out yet. Yeah, 35 versus 31 expected. We'll put this data up on screen so you guys can see it. But that dragged the market up. We're also kind of edging closer to 400. 2 contracts here. We'll add up to 4, baby. There's 3. There we go. I just locked in another $20. Started to make back some of the losses on the day. We were patient with it. And yeah, just made about $20. Started to make back some of the L's on the day. Again, we wanted to wait for the range to break. We finally got it, but I still don't trust it based off of how we moved today. So I still got to be very slow. Pretty much break even day now. Tesla finally started to rebound though. So again, we got that $400 level. We're getting oh so close to. I'm going to hold this just because sometimes $400 can be like a magnet. Like a big support or resistance levels can be like a magnet. So we can buy this and add on a dip. And look for the market to we tapped 400. And so we got 3 contracts here. We might add 1 more. Try to go green on the day now. There we go. We got 4 contracts. Let's see if we get to 400. Like the market wants it, but neutral on the trade so far. There's a new candlestick open up. 7 seconds. All right, so there's a new candlestick. Let's see if we get some bull action on this. There we go. There we go. Nice little pop. Let's see if we get some more. It wants to. Let's see if it will. There's the fall. It's a big drop too. If we break down from this, I'm probably going to just kind of start to bow out for the day. I just don't see a point. We'll let it test the top of the range that we had there, but I'll give it a second to retrace on the last little bit, but Apple is really what's dragging the market up. Apple's breaking highs right now. That should theoretically drag the SPY up, but it doesn't necessarily mean it will. Apple ripping up to 138.30s here. Let's see if it drags the SPY up enough to help this current trade in. And again, if this one doesn't work out, like I said, we're probably just going to cut it for the day. But it looks like we got a chance for this one to work. But again, no stress either way. Like I said, I stopped getting emotional about my trades a long time ago. You know. There we go. It's better. Let's get the move. I'd like more than this. I'd like to see a leg up to test 400. There we go. Nice. All right, took half off there. Oh, it didn't credit me with much of the profit there. That sucks. We'll leave the rest on. Apple's still breaking high. So Apple is really what's dragging everything up, including what we're in now. See if we can add our size right back here. There's 1. There's 2. All right, so we now have 4 contracts, but we got a cushion to let this one work. There we go. Let's get that pop. I want to see it break 400 or just under $400. So again, sometimes there's like a vacuum that pulls us up. I just locked in most of that profit. I got 2 contracts left. Made our money back from the last trade. Again, I'm going to leave these last 2 to see if we can break 400. Got a cushion. If it goes against us, we're already green. And I could be a little bit more loose with it. Yeah, we're right under $400. Like I said, a lot of the time there's like a vacuum there too. So I want to give it room and let it consolidate. I don't want to just emotionally cut it right now. I'd like to let it move. Again, we're just under 400. Again, I'm not claiming it's going to. I have no idea. Maybe it just crashes against me. It's certainly possible. I certainly don't want anybody to copy what I'm doing. I'm not an investment professional. I might have no idea what I'm talking about. Please don't copy my trades. I definitely don't want you to. Not liable if you lose. You know, channel's called beginner trading for a reason. Not that I'm a beginner, but just because we don't give people picks or services or claim to be experts. Apple dipping down though, I really don't like that, but I would like to be patient here. Apple pulling back fairly large though. Q's at the highs though of the day. BBIG, I just don't mess with BBIG, man. BBIG is a sketchy, obscure penny stock that built up a following of traders who are mostly stuck back holding it now. I just don't trust it at all. All right, we're getting to the top of the range. I'm not going to add to it. I am tempted to add around the top, but again, because of Apple's dip, I just don't trust it. There's the test of 400, getting up there. There's the $400 level. We tapped the $400 level again. We came right back down. I don't know if that's a good sign or not. We're close. Amazon's dragging the market up. Yeah. So we just tapped 400. There's the 400 break. All right. We just took half off, locked in a little bit more. And anything over that, I'm just going to cut it. So, yeah, we made about $60 on that trade. Not bad. So, kind of fighting our way back today. Hopefully, y'all can learn from what I did, though. Like, when it was choppy, I stopped. I didn't push too heavy in the chop. I just kind of stopped trading. All right, so there's the big pullback. So it looks like we made it pretty high up to the top, caught the break of 400, and then we cut it. Well, yeah, everybody doesn't want to get stuck in the choppiness again. I mean, we were so choppy for so long. Again, y'all sub if you haven't already. Tesla's starting to break down under the VWAP here. And again, these funded account programs are just going to test your skill. Like, that's the great thing about these, is that they genuinely test your skill. They teach you how to trade. They have a ton of resources for their traders. Like, if you look at this, what's really useful is the trade IQ section. So, like, when I say it builds you into a better trader, regardless of whether you're funded or not, it really does. If you look at the trade IQ section, it'll show me whether I'm following my rules or not. So lately, it looks like I haven't been following my rules. The biggest loss I've taken in the last couple of days was only 250. I've been taking a little bit higher trades than I should. I'm trading a little bit too actively versus my trades, and my max losing streak was 7 versus 5. But these trader IQ sections essentially allow you to test yourself, see how good you are, see how well you're following rules, and they'll kind of give you alerts based on what you're doing. And again, it helps you to test yourself as a trader, build you into a better trader, and ultimately giving yourself rules. Like, I can edit this and say, hey, 10 trades max per day, 4 trades max losing streak, you know, however I want to do it. Really, I'm a scalper though, so I take a little bit more trades. So 40 is kind of my max. Losing streak is 6 because I'm a scalper as well, and they're small. So that's kind of how you do it. But again, this is on Top Step. Great tool for traders. If you get funded, great. If you're good enough to get funded, great. Even if you don't get funded, it builds you into a better trader. DOS paper trading used to be $160 a month for just paper trading without the testing and all the resources that Top Step has. And so to be less than $140 a month to test it out and try yourself and see how good of a trader you are, I think it makes sense, right? But again, I'm biased in their favor. They're a sponsor of mine. But yeah, you can find the link in the description. You can also find it pinned at the top of the chat right around the poll. Oh, it feels good, man. I'm definitely top 3. You know, Warren Buffett, Bill Ackman, John, beginner trading. If that's not your list, you know, your list is wrong. All right, market rebounding really big. Had a pullback to the volume weighted average price. I will look to maybe buy another pullback if we get it real quick right here. 2 contracts, maybe add a little bit more into this. If it dips enough. All right, there's 4. Might get 1 more. Since I built myself back to somewhat of a cushion, I can take some size now. All right, so there's 5 contracts. And you guys see, I don't take larger size until when I'm down big on the day. The big thing that gets people is they revenge trade, right? So they take larger size the more that they're down. I do the opposite. So you see, I've had a pretty good streak of green trades over the last 30 minutes. And so now I scale up my size. It's not the best day to trade. All right, so we're in 5 contracts. So see if we get some positive bullish action here. Looks like that's a good signal here. Let's see if it continues. About break even on the trade now. Hey, thank you, Francisco. I appreciate it, man. Nasty drop. Very close to cutting this. I'll probably cut this soon. If it breaks the low of this candle, I'm gonna get out. Could also be market makers shaking people out too. Work. Apple started to dip to the VWAP here. It depends on if we get Apple bouncing back here. Most of the market's following Apple currently, and Apple's kind of falling down a little bit here. Again, we're pretty flat right now. There we go. We're pretty neutral, slightly green maybe right now, but let's give it time to move. I just cut most of it. I got 2 contracts left. Cut a little bit more. Try and get out there. All right, we made about $40. All right, so we are now break even completely on the day. We'll buy another pullback if we get it too. Need the pullback dip first here. Go to scale in. There's 4. Trying to be patient here. Wait. Kind of neutral flat. I don't think I'm going to take 5 contracts again. We're going to stick with 4 on this one. See if Apple rebounds. That could help the market. All right, we're flat. I like betting on the upward trend here, but again, I have no idea if we're going to continue in that trend. And if we break down too much more, we're going to end up cutting this trade and just kind of getting out. We scaled down a little bit on this trade because I was not the most confident in it. So luckily, it's not a terrible trade. But yeah, market is just not really good right now. It started to break down. We cut it. Back down to where we're down less than 100 on the day. I just don't know if there's really much edge right now. We'll come back another day. Hopefully we get a little bit better price action, and it's all good. Hopefully you guys did better than me, but again, a pretty neutral day for me personally. Looks like getting out was the right move. We got a larger breakdown. Tesla is really kind of dragging the market down. Tesla just broke lows of the day. It's down to 132.50s. Yeah, there's the big breakdown. Everybody's cutting positions. We're starting to look to a bearish trend, but again, the market's choppy just like it was yesterday. I'm going to go ahead and again, close it down for the day. But again, if y'all want to try out Top Step's a funded account program for futures. And so they give you a demo. If you can hit the target on their demo while following their rules, they fund you. Amazing way to test yourself, regardless of whether you get funded or not. Genuinely good test of skill, in my opinion. And again, if you want to check it out, it helps support the channel. Link is in the description as well as pinned at the top of the page. You can also check out Chart Prime. Chart Prime is a trading view indicator service where it can just be incredibly useful here. Just to show you this right here, guys. So here is Chart Prime. Let me make sure. Everything shows up on screen. So Chart Prime is a trading view indicator service that'll give you reversal signals. It'll show you where candlestick patterns are. Just look how accurate the reversal signals are. Like they, number one, their range resistance model is really, really powerful. Just to show you this, right? So this is called Chart Prime. Very cheap. It's less than $50 a month, I think, if you use my link. But just to show you this, like, look. This is the range resistance. They will show you resistance kind of like I did, but they'll show you the top 10 most influential support or resistance levels on the chart, with the dotted line here being number 1, being the strongest support. So if the SPY starts to hit 397, that's a very strong support level. And again, these don't repaint. And so you can see when we get close to the top of that range, we get a really nice rejection. And so Chart Prime literally showed us where that rejection was going to be. Aside from that, they give reversal signals. They show you candlestick patterns. So they show you bullish and bearish candlestick patterns. So look, they give you reversal signals here where at the very top of this range here, it said possible reversal down. And again, it used it based off of the range. So look, reversal down, huge drop afterwards over the next 10 minutes. And they do this over and over again. You can kind of see how they do it where at the very bottom of this reversal signal, look, just look at these three. At the very bottom of this, Possible reversal up, nice little bounce. Possible reversal down, we get a drop after that one too. And so you can kind of see where they give you reversal signals. They also show you candlestick patterns too. If you want to just see the candlestick patterns, they show you those as well. And again, there's a lot of data like this where on a short-term basis, I love using it on a 1 minute time frame. Look at this. Possible reversal up. Let me get the drawer up. Possible reversal up, bounce. Possible reversal down, drop. And you can use this in stocks, crypto, Forex, futures. It's called Chart Prime. Like you can use it on Bitcoin as well. A lot of people do use it on Bitcoin on whatever time frame. If I want to look at it on the hourly time frame, it works there too. You know, it shows you all the different candlesticks. So look at the hourly time frame. Like say you just want to identify like candlesticks on a longer term basis, right? On a longer term basis, each candlestick is based off of an hour here. Like look at this, right? Look at 2 bearish engulfing candles show up, big drops. Bullish engulfing candle and reversal up signal, big bounce on an hourly time frame. So it signaled it, and then over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 hours, you had upward price action. And again, I can't guarantee you're going to make money, but they are a sponsor of my video. If you want to check it out, they're called Chart Prime. Link is in the description. I'll also post the link right here if you want to help support the channel. Again, definitely bias in their favor. Here's the link. Check them out. And yeah, with that said, go guys. I will go ahead and close it down. Love you all. Y'all be safe. We'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow we have jobless claims, housing starts, Netflix earnings, a lot of stuff happening. Again, thousands of people tune into my streams because we cover all the major data as soon as it drops. And so thousands of people show up to my streams because of that. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. Thank you guys so much for the growth. We are pushing towards 100,000. We are getting very close. We're at 97.3K. Hopefully after Netflix earnings and stuff like that, we'll be at 98 and 99. Thank you guys so much. Love you all. Y'all be safe. We'll see you guys later.